Chapter 2753. How boring. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and walked slowly to Lu Xiaofei and his sister. What do you think? Am I awesome? Awesome. The brother and sister nodded. It was the first time they had seen someone defeat their parents since they were born. And it was so easy. The white-eyed wolf asked, "Do you want to be my disciple?" What? The brother and sister were stunned. A big black dog wanted them to be his disciple? No, that was not the point. The point wasn't it their uncle's enemy? An enemy should have the attitude of an enemy. What on earth was going on? There was a dead silence in the valley. Everyone was staring at Qin Feiyang, including the members of the Lu family. They had seen Qin Feiyang before, so when they heard his voice, they were all stunned. This voice was so similar to Qin Feiyang's voice. No. It was not similar, it was exactly the same. You are. Lu Hong suddenly took a step forward and walked in front of Qin Feiyang. She looked at Qin Feiyang's eyes with some doubt and some expectation. It's me. Qin Feiyang smiled, then raised his hand and took off the mask on his face. The moment the mask fell, everyone present froze in place. The familiar face, the familiar eyes, and the familiar smile. Wasn't he Qin Feiyang? It's really you, Lu Hong murmured. Looking at Qin Feiyang, tears immediately streamed down her face. It's really him, Lu Yun, the second grandpa, the third grandpa, and even the fourth grandpa, who was a little cold, could not help but tear up. Why are you all crying? Lu Xiaofei and his sister looked at everyone's reaction with even more puzzled expressions. Because Qin Feiyang's back was facing them, they couldn't see Qin Feiyang's face. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and said, "You two siblings are really slow to react. If I put you two outside, you definitely won't survive more than 2 days." What do you mean? The siblings looked at it suspiciously. The white-eyed wolf said, "Think about it, who else in this world can call Lu Yun grandpa?" The brother and sister pondered for a while. Then, their eyes slightly trembled. They quickly ran to Lu Hong's side and looked at Qin Feiyang's face. Immediately, the two of them stood rooted to the ground. This is the result of not letting them out to train. They don't have any brains at all. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and simply lay down on the side, leaning against a rock. He crossed his legs and looked at the group of people. What a harmonious scene. Feiyang. A long time passed. Lu Hong could no longer control her inner emotions. She threw herself into Qin Feiyang's arms with tears in her eyes. "Girl, long time no see." Qin Feiyang reached out and hugged Lu Hong's shoulder, chuckling. "Yes. It's been hundreds of years. I already have 2 children." Lu Hong nodded. "Yes, time flies." Qin Feiyang sighed with emotion. If it were another man, Lu Zheng would definitely fly into a rage on the spot. "How dare you hug my wife?" But Qin Feiyang was different. Because Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong's relationship had been established since they were children. Moreover, he also knew that Qin Feiyang had always regarded Lu Hong as his younger sister, without any mixed feelings between a man and a woman. Otherwise, how could it be his turn to marry Lu Hong? The Lu siblings turned to look at Lu Zheng and asked, "Father, is he really uncle?" Lu Zheng turned around and quietly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Looking at the siblings, he nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, but you can't call him uncle. You should call him uncle." But the siblings didn't hear the last sentence at all. Hearing that it was really their uncle, the two immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. This was the legendary mythical figure. They could recite all the rumors about Qin Feiyang backwards. Back then, Qin Feiyang led his subordinates into the demonic Dragon Island, fought a bloody battle with the demon ancestor, and killed the demon ancestor. Then, he entered the Forgotten Continent and easily killed the previous emperor, but this was still nothing. The most admirable thing was that he opened the gate of rebirth and used his own life as the price to revive all the creatures that had died tragically. Even though hundreds of years had passed, who wouldn't respect the name Qin Feiyang? Because Qin Feiyang was the savior of the great Qin, and also the savior of the Forgotten Continent. This name symbolized a supreme glory, and countless people revered and worshipped it, and now, this legendary figure was right in front of the siblings. How could they be calm? They definitely couldn't be calm. That was because to them, Qin Feiyang was not only their savior, he was also their relative, and the idol that they had always chased after. Okay. Qin Feiyang gently pushed Lu Hong away and said with a smile, "You're already the mother of 2 children, and you still like to cry." Lu Hong was stunned. Looking at Lu Xiaofei and Lu Xiaojia, her face couldn't help but turn red. She quickly wiped her tears and got up to Lu Zheng's side. "Don't worry, I won't be jealous." Lu Zheng chuckled. "You're not serious." Lu Hong glared at him. "Don't kneel, get up." Lu Yun finally came back to his senses and hurriedly went up to help Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang stood up and looked at Lu Yun. He smiled and said, "I haven't seen you for many years. Grandpa is getting younger and younger, brat." Lu Yun reached out and knocked Qin Feiyang's forehead, but his old face was full of a caring smile. "Second grandpa. Third grandpa. Fourth grandpa. And the elders, unfilial grandson Qin Feiyang pays his respects to you." Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them, as well as the hidden experts, and bowed. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." The group of people was extremely excited, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. "Uncle. I really didn't expect you to be our uncle." Lu Xiaofei and his sister ran to Qin Feiyang, their eyes full of brilliance. Qin Feiyang rubbed their heads dotingly and said with a smile, "Did I scare you just now?" It's okay." Lu Xiaofei chuckled. "You were so scared that you almost peed your pants, and you still say it's okay?" The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. Everyone looked at the white-eyed wolf again, with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. "It's time to show your true form. Open your little eyes." The white-eyed wolf stood up lazily, and his body suddenly flashed with divine light. The next moment, a wolf king with golden hair and wings on his back appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "White-eyed wolf." Lu Zheng was slightly stunned, and immediately roared, "You bastard, you bullied us as soon as you came back." At that moment, he fiercely pounced on the white-eyed wolf. "Don't come looking for trouble." The white-eyed wolf looked at him. Lu Zheng turned a deaf ear. His eyes were as if he wanted to peel off all the fur on the white-eyed wolf's body. However, after rushing up, Lu Zheng hugged the white-eyed wolf's neck with one hand and rubbed the white-eyed wolf's head with the other hand. He laughed and said, "Damn wolf cub, I really missed you." Ah. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He thought that this guy looked fierce and came to settle accounts with him, but he didn't expect this to happen. "Don't miss me. I'm the man you'll never get." The white-eyed wolf grinned. Ah. Lu Zheng was also stunned. His face darkened, and he fiercely punched him, saying disdainfully, "You're a man? I'm a male wolf. If I'm not a man, what am I?" The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. Lu Zheng joked, "Do you want me to find you a female wolf to satisfy your craving? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you see the child beside me?" Lu Hong's face suddenly darkened, and she said angrily, Sorry, I got too excited." Lu Zheng laughed dryly. "You still can't escape the fate of being a henpecked husband." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. "I'm happy to." Lu Zheng raised his head, full of pride. "TSK." The white-eyed wolf glanced at him disdainfully, walked up to Lu Hong, and grinned. "Little Hong, did you miss me? You bullied us as soon as you came back." "Why should I miss you?" Lu Hong snorted coldly. "I'm sad. I thought about how I took care of you in the past, but you didn't miss me." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. "You." Lu Hong shook her head and laughed. "Not bad. Although you're a mother of 2, you're getting more and more beautiful. Did Lu Zheng bully you all these years? Tell me, I'll kill him," the white-eyed wolf said. Before Lu Hong could say anything, Lu Zheng ran to the white-eyed wolf and complained tearfully, "My brother, my dear brother, look at me. Do you think I dare to bully her? She's the one who bullies me all the time. You don't know how hard I've been all these years." He sounded so bitter that he almost cried. "Did I bully you?" Lu Hong raised her eyebrows. "You, no." Lu Zheng quickly waved his hands, his face full of flattery. The white-eyed wolf glanced at Lu Zheng, nodded, and said, "I believe you. You'll only be bullied like this. But it's good that you're being bullied. Little Hong, continue to do well in the future." Don't stand on ceremony with us. Inhumane. Lu Zheng pursed his lips. Lu Xiaofei chuckled and said, Father, I didn't expect you to have such a cute side. Lu Xiaojia also snickered at the side. Get lost. It's not your place to interrupt when adults are talking. Lu Zheng glared at the siblings and walked to Qin Feiyang. He looked Qin Feiyang up and down, stretched out his hands, and said with a smile, Welcome back. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled. The two men didn't say much. They just gave each other a bear hug because they could understand what each other was thinking. All right. Don't just stand here. Come home with us. Lu Yun stepped forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's wrist, as if he was afraid that Qin Feiyang would disappear in the next second. Feeling the warmth from the old man's palm, as well as the benevolent and smiling face, Qin Feiyang nodded his head heavily. Yes. Let's go home. Everyone followed one after another, their faces full of bright smiles. Whoosh. At this time, the sea monster also flew over in a panic. But when it saw this scene, the sea monster was immediately stunned. What was going on? Thank you for informing us. Come to the village to play when you have time. Lu Zheng looked at the sea monster and said with a smile. Okay. The sea monster nodded. Suddenly, its eyes fell on Qin Feiyang's face and its body suddenly trembled. This face, he was back. Chapter 2754. The Lu family. When Qin Feiyang entered the village, the elders and women in the village were shocked. When did this kid come back? When they learned that Lu Xiaofei and his sister were kidnapped by Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, everyone was speechless. It turned out to be a joke. However, it was really a surprise. Who would have thought that this kid would come back? Yes. No matter how strong Qin Feiyang's cultivation was or how high his status was, he was still just a kid in their eyes. Kid, how have you been these years outside? Have you been bullied? Do you know? We've been missing you all these years. Especially Xiaojing and Xiaohong. Every New Year's festival, they would talk about you and look forward to your early return. Such care and concern could be heard incessantly. Looking at these familiar faces, Qin Feiyang's memories that had been covered in dust for many years emerged uncontrollably. Although he rarely came to the Lu family since he was a child, every time he came, everyone would ask about his well-being and care and never treat him as an outsider. Coming here, he could feel a sense of belonging in his heart. This was his home. Everyone here was his family. Lu Yun said, Lu Zheng, go and arrange a welcome dinner for Feiyang tonight. Okay. Lu Zheng nodded. I'll go and help. Lu Hong smiled, turned around, and strode away with Lu Zheng. Although she had a lot to say to Qin Feiyang, she knew that Qin Feiyang now belonged to the several grandfathers. Feiyang, come, let's sit over there. Lu Yun pulled Qin Feiyang into a courtyard next to them. In the courtyard, there was a simple two-story wooden building without any decoration, which looked simple and clean. On one side of the courtyard, there was an old pagoda tree. It was February, and the old pagoda tree was full of green leaves, full of vitality. Under the tree, there was a stone table with a tea set on it. Qin Feiyang looked around and asked, Grandpa, is this where you live? Is it very simple? Lu Yun sat on a stone bench and said with a smile as he brewed tea. Compared to those luxurious buildings outside, it is indeed very simple and crude, but those luxurious places can't give me a sense of belonging. Qin Feiyang smiled. Take a seat. Lu Yun pointed at a stone stool and smiled. There were 6 stone benches in total. There were 4 grandfathers in total. White-eyed wolf didn't hold back and took one. Now, there was only 1 stone bench left. Qin Feiyang looked around. The villagers had surrounded the courtyard so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Lu Xiaofei, Lu Xiaojia, and the 10 hidden experts were still there. It's fine, we can just stand. One of the hidden experts said with a smile. All right then. Qin Feiyang nodded and sat on the last stone bench. Second grandpa looked at the villagers around and said with a smile, Don't crowd around here. Go and help prepare the banquet. There will be plenty of time to talk to Feiyang in the future. Haha, that's true. Let's go. The clansmen roared with laughter. Soon, only Lu Xiaofei and his sister, the 10 hidden experts, and a group of children were left. These children were all staring at Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf curiously. Sister, who is he? Why haven't we seen him before? A 5 or 6-year-old child pulled a 12 or 13-year-old girl next to him and asked suspiciously. Didn't you hear Grandpa and the others call him Feiyang? I guess he is Grandpa's grandson, Qin Feiyang. The girl whispered. Qin Feiyang? Sister, are you talking about Qin Feiyang who saved our great Qin? The child asked. That should be him. The girl nodded. He's my idol. The child's eyes lit up. Hearing the conversation between the child and the girl, Lu Yun and the others couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. Feiyang, do you see? Now in Great Qin, whether it's a child or a young person, they all have you as their goal. Lu Yun smiled. That's a good thing. It can stimulate their fighting spirit. Qin Feiyang smiled. Lu Yun smiled, poured a cup of tea, and pushed it in front of Qin Feiyang, saying, I know you like tea. Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup and put it at the tip of his nose. The fragrance of the tea assailed his nostrils, and then he took a sip. Although it was very ordinary, even the best tea couldn't compare to this taste. Because this taste was full of love. How is it? Lu Yun asked with a smile. It's delicious. Qin Feiyang nodded. You brat. This is just ordinary tea that we grew ourselves. How good can it be? Lu Yun shook his head and smiled. This is the taste of home. Qin Feiyang smiled foolishly. The taste of home, Lu Yun and the others murmured as they looked at Qin Feiyang. Although it seemed like a simple sentence, they could feel a strong sense of bitterness in it. Feiyang, what have you been through all these years? Second Grandpa asked. Although it's only been a few hundred years, I've been through too much. Qin Feiyang sighed. Lu Yun and the others looked at him curiously. Especially Lu Xiaofei and his sister, their eyes were full of anticipation. Qin Feiyang looked at everyone and said with a smile, It's not easy for us to be reunited. Let's not talk about this. You're right. It's not easy to be reunited. Let's not talk about something too heavy. Second Grandpa nodded and smiled. Third Grandpa looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, So, only you came back this time? Qin Feiyang hesitated and said telepathically, Great-grandmother, are you coming out? We've already discussed it. We won't go out. Tan Tai Li's voice soon sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Why? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. It's not easy to be reunited, but it's even harder to part. We'll have to leave sooner or later. I don't want to be too sad. Tan Tai Li said. All right. Qin Feiyang responded secretly. He looked at Lu Yun and the others and said with a smile, Yes, we're the only ones who came back. So, you're still leaving? Lu Yun asked. Yes. I just happened to return to the divine site again, so I thought of coming back to see you. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Yun and the others looked at each other, and there was a trace of reluctance in their eyes. They thought that Qin Feiyang would not leave again after coming back. They did not expect that he would only come back to see them. Don't think so much. A man has ambitions. Besides, Feiyang is destined to be extraordinary. Fourth Grandpa said. Yes. A man should be responsible. If you're tired in the future, you can come home. We'll always be your support. Lu Yun looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Thank you, Grandpa. Qin Feiyang was touched and smiled. We're all family. What's there to thank? Lu Yun rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and said, But then again, Lu Zheng and Lu Hong's child is already so big. What about you? Me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. You have to work hard too. I think the little girl from the mermaid clan is quite good. Lu Yun said. Yes. What about the little girl? She didn't come back either. Is it because you didn't take good care of her outside and made her leave in anger? Second Grandpa looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. Made her leave in anger? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Second Grandpa's imagination was really rich. In short, you have to hurry up. Look at how powerful your father is. In a few hundred years, there are already a lot of princes and princesses below. Second Grandpa said. What? A lot? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The white-eyed wolf was also very shocked. Yes. You don't know, right? You have more than a dozen brothers and sisters. Second grandpa said. There are more than a dozen. Qin Fei Yang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. The white-eyed wolf asked, who gave birth to them? Of course. It was my daughter at that time. Lu Yun stared at the white-eyed wolf. Your daughter? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Lu Yun's daughter was Qin Fei Yang's mother, wasn't she? What was going on? She actually gave birth to more than a dozen brothers and sisters for Qin Fei Yang. This was completely different from those princes and princesses in the past. Those princes and princesses in the past were also Qin Fei Yang's brothers and sisters, but they were not of the same mother. But now, these were his biological brothers and sisters. This surprise came too suddenly. Qin Fei Yang came to his senses and said with a smile, so, father is really quite capable. In fact, your father didn't want to have so many children. He just wanted to live the rest of his life with your mother peacefully. But your great-grandpa Emperor Hong and your grandfather Emperor Chen didn't allow it. They said that you and Hao Tian can't be the only ones left in the Qin clan. There's no other way. Your father and mother can only work hard. Lu Yun said with a smile. Hao Tian, Qin Fei Yang whispered, and a small figure appeared in his mind. Lu Yun said, Hao Tian has also grown up. He is no longer the little prince. Qin Fei Yang asked, how is he now? Very good. Although he hasn't been officially crowned the crown prince, it's only a matter of time. But, Lu Yun said and fell silent. Does he still hate me? Qin Fei Yang asked. Yes. It's also because of this hatred that he works exceptionally hard. Ever since you left, he has basically been in seclusion. Even we have a hard time seeing him. Half a month ago, I went to the Emperor Palace and heard from Emperor Hong that he had broken through to 3-star Combat Emperor. Lu Yun said. 3-star Combat Emperor? Qin Fei Yang was stunned. It was indeed a bit fast. Of course. It's also your credit that he can be so fast. Lu Yun said with a smile. What credit can I have? Qin Fei Yang shook his head. Of course. If it wasn't for the pill formulas you left behind, how could he open the door of potential? If he didn't open the door of potential, how could he break through to 3-star Combat Emperor so quickly? Lu Yun said. The door of potential is indeed important, but his talent is also not bad. Qin Fei Yang smiled. That's true. After all, he has already awakened his bloodline power. Lu Yun nodded. What? Qin Fei Yang's body trembled as he looked at Lu Yun in shock. As early as 100 years ago, his bloodline power had already awakened. Now, he is already the third person in your Qin clan to possess the purple gold dragon blood. Lu Yun said. Chapter 2 will be released at 11 o'clock. Chapter 2755. He also awakened his bloodline power? The white-eyed wolf muttered. That's good news. Qin Fei Yang smiled. The white-eyed wolf glanced at Qin Fei Yang and said, don't forget, he still hates you. So, don't tell me you're going to kill him in the cradle. Qin Fei Yang shook his head. Him? Even if he awakened his bloodline power, he won't be a threat to us. The white-eyed wolf said disdainfully. That's all there is to it. The Qin clan has a third person with purple gold dragon blood. It's a joyous occasion no matter how you look at it. Our ancestors will be happy if they know about it. Qin Fei Yang said with a smile. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips and looked at Lu Yun. Did he get the dragon god technique? Yes. Lu Yun nodded and looked at Qin Fei Yang. He also fused with the essence blood you left behind. Now, he has pure purple gold dragon blood like you. Although the people of the Qin clan would possess the purple gold dragon blood due to atavism, it would not be pure. Just like Qin Fei Yang, it was only after fusing with a drop of essence blood left by Qin Batian that his bloodline power turned into pure purple gold dragon blood. Back then, before Qin Fei Yang left, he refined dozens of drops of essence blood to fuse with the descendants of the Qin clan. But he did not expect that the first beneficiary would be the little prince who hated him. Lu Yun asked, Fei Yang, should we call them over? Them? Qin Fei Yang was stunned. Yes. For example, your father, mother, Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen, They're also looking forward to your return every day, Lu Yun said. It's not that troublesome. Anyway, I'm going to the palace tomorrow. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. All right then, Lu Yun nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at second grandpa and asked, Uncle He, why didn't I see him? He's in seclusion. Someone has probably already gone to call him, second grandpa said with a smile. Sure enough, it's you. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark-skinned man in black clothes flew through the air like lightning and landed in the courtyard. Uncle Black. Qin Feiyang stood up and looked at the big man with a smile. Qin Feiyang had a deep impression of this man. This was because he had represented the Lu family in the past. He was forthright and treated him very well. Not bad, not bad. Uncle He sized up Qin Feiyang for a moment, and his eyes were a little moist. He patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and said with a smile, let's get drunk tonight. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Uncle He glanced at Lu Xiaofei and said, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get me a stool. You only know how to order people around. Lu Xiaofei grumbled unhappily. What's wrong? I asked you to get me a stool. Do you have any objections? Uncle He said angrily. I don't dare, I don't dare. I'll just stay here. Lu Xiaofei quickly waved his hand and ran toward the house at the side. This brat. Uncle He shook his head and scolded with a smile. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, do you know whose child he is? I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. Uncle He asked, then what about your child? Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang choked on his saliva. He really hadn't changed at all. He would say whatever he thought and never beat around the bush. Uncle He frowned and said, don't tell me that you haven't married Xiaoyu yet. You guys aren't here. If we get married in private, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you guys? Qin Feiyang smiled. You only know how to say nice things. Uncle He rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. The stool is here, the stool is here. Lu Xiaofei carried a stool and ran out. Uncle He took the stool and looked at Lu Xiaofei. He nodded and said, you have already broken through to 2-star battle ancestor. Not bad, you didn't slack off. You guys are all supervising me. How would I dare to slack off? Lu Xiaofei pouted. Brat. Uncle He glanced at Lu Xiaofei's forehead and put down the stool. He sat together with Qin Feiyang and asked, Feiyang, how have you been these years? Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded. Good. Actually, it wasn't good. Ever since he entered the ancient world, he had been chased by dragons. But there was no need to tell everyone about this, lest they worried with him. That's good. Uncle He nodded and said with a smile, I watched you grow up. As long as you are doing well, I am happy. Thank you, Uncle He. Qin Feiyang was touched. Uncle He looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and said with a frown, speaking of which, your cultivation is a little ridiculous. I can't see through it at all. It's normal for a mere false god to not see through our cultivation. The white-eyed wolf said. False god. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Only now did he notice that Uncle He had also stepped into the false god realm. He smiled and said, congratulations, Uncle He. Your Uncle He's talent is not bad. In the past, because he had to hide in the imperial capital and gather information, he delayed his cultivation. Second grandpa smiled and said, Uncle He was his disciple, so he naturally knew. My talent is nothing in front of Feiyang. Uncle He waved his hand and then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Feiyang, what is your cultivation level now? Lu Yun and the others, as well as Lu Xiaofei and his sister, all looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Ninth Heaven Realm. Qin Feiyang said. Ninth Heaven Realm? Everyone was slightly stunned. What kind of realm was that? They had never heard of it before. The people of Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent only knew of the War God Realm at most. However, Lu Yun and the others also knew of the God Realm. This was because Qin Yuan and the Snow Python were both half-step God Realm. However, they knew nothing about the God Realm. Above the God Realm is the God Realm. Above the God Realm is the Paragon God Realm, and above that is the Ninth Heaven Realm. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, there are so many realms above the God Realm? Uncle Hay was shocked. Yes. There's another realm above the ninth heaven realm, the imperishable realm. The imperishable realm is called the Paragon realm. In the ancient world I'm in, the imperishable realm is the strongest realm. Qin Feiyang said. I didn't expect the path of cultivation to be so long. Lu Yun sighed. Second Grandpa and the others also sighed. They thought that a half-step God realm cultivator like Qin Yuan was already the strongest. However, they didn't expect there to be so many realms above the God realm. Lu Xiaofei asked, Uncle, according to what you said, a half-step God realm cultivator is only a small figure in the ancient world. The white-eyed wolf said, they're not even trash, so how can they be small figures? Lu Xiaofei was stunned. A God realm cultivator in the ancient world is like a mortal in Great Qin. Do you understand this concept? The white-eyed wolf said. This, Lu Xiaofei was shocked. To him, this was already far beyond his imagination. The white-eyed wolf said again, a war master like you is nothing. Hearing this, Lu Xiaofei shook his head and smiled bitterly. There was always a higher mountain. This sentence was indeed true. The ancient world, it was a place that people yearned for. Uncle Hay was also shocked. You're in the ninth heaven realm, and the imperishable realm is the strongest. Doesn't that mean you're only one step away? Although it's only one step away from the imperishable realm, the difference is like heaven and earth. But the Lu family and the Qin family also have imperishable realm cultivators. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What do you mean? The group of people was shocked. Qin Feiyang said, the two ancestors are still alive. Swish. Lu Yun and the others suddenly stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang excitedly. They're also in the ancient world. And in the ancient world, they're just as famous as they were in Great Qin. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Really? Lu Yun asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. They're still alive. Lu Yun murmured, his body trembling uncontrollably. As for their cultivation, they've already reached the greater mastery of the imperishable realm. In the ancient world, they're also top experts. Qin Feiyang said with admiration. Then why didn't they come back? Lu Yun asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, they still have a mission to complete. What kind of mission can make them abandon their descendants and not return for thousands of years? Fourth Grandpa suddenly said angrily. This, Qin Feiyang looked at Fourth Grandpa. He didn't expect Fourth Grandpa to have such a big reaction. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Lu Zhengyang was the ancestor of the Lu family, but he abandoned the descendants of the Lu family and went to the ancient world alone. So it was normal for Fourth Grandpa to be angry. Fourth Grandpa, calm down. We should be happy about this. Second Grandpa scolded. Fourth Grandpa looked at everyone, took a deep breath, and said apologetically, sorry, I forgot myself. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Fourth Grandpa. I can't tell you what the two ancestors did now, but please believe me. They're really great. I believe that. Fourth Grandpa nodded and sighed. So, you're also staying in the ancient world to help them? After all, I'm their descendant. It's good that I can do something. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. You can do it too. Unlike us, even if we know, we can't do anything. Fourth Grandpa said. You don't have to think like that. Because in our hearts, it's our blessing that you don't have to worry. Qin Feiyang said. Good boy. Fourth Grandpa nodded, feeling gratified. All right. I've said it just now. Don't talk about such a heavy topic. Second Grandpa looked at Fourth Grandpa helplessly. Yes. It's my fault. Fourth Grandpa nodded repeatedly, looking very apologetic. The good atmosphere was ruined like this. It's fine. It's just a casual chat. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Uncle. This is your first time back. Don't you have a greeting gift? Lu Xiaofei rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang with a flattering smile. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xiaofei in shock. Uncle, there's me. Lu Xiaojia also came up and giggled. Wait. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at Lu Yun and the others. Grandpa, Second Grandpa, why are they calling me uncle? Hearing that, Lu Yun and the others smiled bitterly. Seeing that, Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Was there something else? Lu Yun smiled and said, according to your relationship with the Lu family, the siblings shouldn't call you uncle, but that's what Lu Hong wants. Lu Hong wants? Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other, and the suspicion in their eyes grew. Chapter 2756. Here's the thing. Lu Yun pondered for a while and said with a smile, when Xiao Fei was born, your father and mother were also present. Everything went well. But when you were mentioned, Xiao Hong suddenly said she wanted to call you uncle. Qin Feiyang was stunned. At first, we couldn't accept it like you. Isn't it nonsense? Later, under our questioning, Xiao Hong told us the truth. So it's because of your relationship. In your eyes, you have always regarded her as your biological sister. She also regarded you as her biological brother. Although you are not related by blood, your relationship has reached this point. And when Lu Hong and Lu Zheng got married, you seem to have said that you were a member of her family. So, she asked Xiao Fei and Xiao Jiao to call you uncle. After hearing what she said, we discussed it for a while and agreed. Lu Yun said with a smile. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Now that he put it this way, it was quite reasonable. Furthermore, in order to make this matter more reasonable, your father and mother even took Lu Hong as their adopted daughter on the spot. In other words, you and Xiao Hong are now real siblings. Lu Yun said. Adopted daughter? In that case, Xiao Fei and Xiao Jiao have to call me parents, grandfather, and grandmother now, right? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. They have always called me that. Lu Yun nodded. Haha, that's not bad. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yes. After all, Xiao Hong doesn't have any relatives. This way, she has a sense of sustenance and comfort in her heart. Lu Yun said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Since she calls little Qin Zi uncle, she should also call me uncle. You too, hurry up and call me uncle. Let me hear it. White-Eyed Wolf looked at the siblings and grinned. Call you uncle? Lu Xiaofei looked at the White-Eyed Wolf with disdain. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you know how powerful I am? White-Eyed Wolf said angrily. Lu Xiaofei muttered, you are indeed powerful, but you are a wolf. So what if it's a wolf? Given my relationship with little Qin Zi, you still have to call me uncle. Hurry up, or I'll beat you up. The White-Eyed Wolf glared fiercely at the siblings. The siblings' faces were filled with helplessness. They lowered their heads and said, Greetings, Uncle Wolf. The White-Eyed Wolf said, Remove the wolf. Uncle. The siblings looked aggrieved. How could it be like this? It was a wolf to begin with, so why was it not allowed to howl? That's more like it. The White-Eyed Wolf laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang. Little Qin Zi, hurry up and give my two nephews a gift. Aren't you also their uncle? Why should I give it to them? Qin Feiyang said with a dark face. Fuck. Aren't all the treasures we looted in the ancient world with you? The White-Eyed Wolf said angrily. Looted? The siblings were stunned. They looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, Uncle, are you bandits in the ancient world? Ahem. Qin Feiyang was drinking tea and choked on it. He glared at the White-Eyed Wolf and said, Can you not talk nonsense in front of the children? Isn't this ruining my impression of them? Humph. The White-Eyed Wolf showed a disdainful look. Qin Feiyang glared at it angrily. Then he looked at Lu Xiaofei and his sister and said with a smile, Don't listen to your Uncle Wolf's nonsense. I'm not a bandit. I'm robbing the rich to help the poor. I'm afraid you're the only one in this world who can describe robbing in such a refreshing and refined way. The White-Eyed Wolf despised him. That's enough. Qin Feiyang glared at the White-Eyed Wolf. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then he looked at the siblings and said, I do have a lot of divine objects here. As soon as they heard the words divine objects, the siblings' eyes lit up. His uncle's strength was so strong, then the divine item that he spoke of was definitely not an ordinary item. Qin Feiyang said again, but it may not be a good thing to give these things to you. Why? Lu Xiaofei was suspicious. Because you're too weak. Giving them to you may make you arrogant and bite off more than you can chew. Qin Feiyang said. It won't. I promise. Lu Xiaofei raised his hand and made a solemn vow. Lu Xiaojia also nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. After pondering for a while, he took out a battle sword and a long staff. It was the coiling dragon rod and the azure phoenix sword. He had always been the one to use these two legendary artifacts in the past. But now, it didn't seem to be of much use to him. This azure phoenix sword is for you. Qin Feiyang handed the azure phoenix sword to Lu Xiaojia. This coiling dragon rod is for you. Qin Feiyang handed the coiling dragon rod to Lu Xiaofei. Is this a divine artifact? The siblings asked. Aren't you guys talking nonsense? Not only are they divine artifacts, but they are also legendary divine artifacts. The white-eyed wolf said. Legendary divine artifact. The siblings were stunned. The white-eyed wolf said, you won't understand even if I tell you. In short, it's very powerful. More powerful than Grandma's 10,000 Beasts diagram and Grandpa Yang's divine phoenix blade? Lu Xiaojia asked. 10,000 Beasts diagram? Divine phoenix blade? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned, as if he was searching for his dusty memories. Soon. Then, it recalled what had happened. They did have the 10,000 Beasts diagram and the divine phoenix blade. However, when they left the Great Qin Feiyang gave them to his mother and Yang Wei. Of course. The divine phoenix blade and the 10,000 Beasts diagram are not on the same level as the azure phoenix sword. The white-eyed wolf said proudly. So powerful. The siblings' eyes lit up as they immediately stepped forward to receive the azure phoenix sword and the coiling dragon rod. They were overjoyed. Lu Yun looked at the siblings and asked, Feiyang, how powerful is this legendary divine artifact? Divine artifacts, as you know, are low grade, middle grade, high grade, and supreme grade. But there are even more powerful divine artifacts above supreme grade divine artifacts. Peak level, legendary level, supreme level, and heaven-defying level. For example, the azure phoenix sword and the coiling dragon rod are rare even in the ancient world. Qin Feiyang laughed. What? Lu Yun and the others were stunned. Second Grandpa hurriedly said, since it's such a powerful divine artifact, why did you give it to them? You should keep it for yourself. Don't worry, Second Grandpa. Although legendary divine artifacts are powerful, they are not very useful in my hands. Besides, I have divine artifacts that are even more powerful than legendary level. Qin Feiyang laughed. I see. Second Grandpa was enlightened. There are divine artifacts that are even more powerful than legendary level. The brother and sister looked at Qin Feiyang with adoration. This uncle was indeed amazing. I will give you 2 divine arts on behalf of your Uncle Wolf. Qin Feiyang smiled and searched in the interspatial ring for a while. He found 2 jade slips and gave them to the siblings. These are also legendary level divine arts. Thank you, Uncle. The siblings were overjoyed. What about me? Aren't you going to thank me? The white-eyed wolf looked at the siblings unhappily. Thank you, Uncle Wolf. The siblings looked at the white-eyed wolf and thanked him. Remove the word wolf, the white-eyed wolf said with a darkened face. The siblings chuckled and lowered their heads to size up the divine artifacts and jade slips. Their faces were filled with excitement. Legendary divine artifact, legendary level divine art. What a big deal. Lu Yun and the others looked at each other and were shocked. Legendary level. They had never heard of divine artifacts and divine arts of this level. Qin Feiyang looked at the siblings and his face suddenly turned cold. He said, I gave you the divine arts and divine artifacts so that you would have the ability to protect yourselves in the face of life and death. I'm not letting you use them to bully others. If I find out that you are like those playboys, I won't show you any mercy even if you are my nephews. Do you understand? Qin Feiyang imperceptibly emitted a great majesty. Under this pressure, the brother and sister were practically unable to breathe. Yes, yes. The siblings nodded quickly. Good. In short, you must be down to earth and not bite off more than you can chew. When Qin Feiyang withdrew his pressure, the siblings felt as if they had been pardoned. They also found that their bodies were covered in cold sweat. The siblings were shocked. This uncle's strength was too terrifying. Just a little bit of pressure made them feel like they were facing the god of death. They didn't know. This was nothing at all. If Qin Feiyang really released his pressure, they would instantly explode and die. In fact, Lu Yun and the others were a little worried at first. After all, the siblings were still young. It was inevitable for them to be arrogant after suddenly receiving such powerful divine artifacts and divine arts. But now, after being threatened by Qin Feiyang, it shouldn't be a problem. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and took out 20 jade slips and gave them to Lu Yun. This is. Lu Yun was surprised. Uncle Black, second grandpa, and the others also looked at the jade slips suspiciously. Grandfather, Uncle Black, second grandpa, these are all supreme-level divine arts. Consider it a little gift from me to you. Qin Feiyang said. What? Supreme-level divine arts? Lu Yun and the others were dumbfounded. Lu Xiaofei and his sister also looked at the jade slips in shock. No wonder their uncle didn't even blink when he gave them the legendary divine arts. It turned out that there were so many supreme-level divine arts. Lu Yun came back to his senses and quickly looked at Qin Feiyang. Feiyang, this, grandfather. These divine arts are not very useful to me. But to you, they are definitely heaven-defying. Moreover, with these divine arts, your strength will increase greatly. I can rest assured in the ancient world. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. Grandfather won't be polite with you. Lu Yun waved his hand and put the 20 jade slips into his Qiankuan bag. Qin Feiyang smiled and checked the Qiankuan ring. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Where is the supreme-level divine artifact? It's with the lunatic. The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. When you were fighting with the fire dragon, you were seriously injured and unconscious. The supreme-level divine artifact fell all over the ground. The lunatic saw that the old woman and the others were greedy, so he took them all. The white-eyed wolf said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire dragon? Seriously injured and unconscious? Supreme-level divine artifact fell all over the ground. Lu Yun and the others looked at each other. This was too much information. Feiyang, when did you get seriously injured and unconscious? Have you recovered from your injuries? Lu Yun looked at Qin Feiyang with concern. I'm fine now. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. That's good. Lu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and hundreds of divine artifacts appeared. He looked at Lu Yun and smiled. Grandfather, although there are no supreme-level divine artifacts, these legendary divine artifacts are enough to protect the Lu family for thousands of years. Moreover, the legendary divine artifacts will slowly evolve into supreme-level divine artifacts as time passes. When he fought with the fire dragon, he used supreme-level divine artifacts, so the legendary divine artifacts were still in his Qiankuan ring. So many. Once again, everyone was flabbergasted. Over 100 legendary divine artifact. That was too many. Lu Xiaofei and his sister looked at Qin Feiyang with even more admiration. Chapter 2757. At this moment, the Lu family had a brand new understanding of this world. This also confirmed the saying that there was always someone better than you. When you reached the peak of this world and were proud of yourself, you didn't know that there was another world that was even stronger. A 7 or 8-year-old child mumbled, so many legendary artifacts, how much are they worth? How much are they worth? Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, Uncle Hay, Lu Yun, and the others were speechless when they heard this. How could this be measured by money? Every single one of these teleportation artifacts was a priceless treasure. And one day, these legendary artifacts could all evolve into supreme artifacts. At that time, they would be even more terrifying. Children's words carry no harm. Second grandpa laughed hoarsely. Ha ha, Lu Yun laughed heartily and said, today, it's not only us old men who have widened our horizons, it's also the younger generation. It's a profound lesson for them. That's right. Knowing the true strength of this world will be of great help to their future growth. Third grandpa nodded. Xiaofei, Xiaojia, in the future, your goal is no longer to catch up with us old men, but to catch up with your uncle, or even Zhao Yu. Fourth Grandpa looked at the Lu siblings, and a rare look of encouragement appeared on his serious face. Don't worry, Great-Grandpa. We will work hard. The brother and sister stood at attention and said in high spirits. Hee hee. The grandfathers chuckled. Lu Yun waved his hand, and the hundreds of legendary artifacts disappeared into his Chenkuan bag. Uncle He smacked his lips and looked at Qin Feiyang. You gave us hundreds of legendary artifacts this time. You must have a lot on you. It's okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. What do you mean by okay? We have a total of 16,000 legendary artifacts and techniques. Qin Feiyang wanted to keep a low profile, but White-Eyed Wolf didn't want to. What? 16,000? Everyone looked at each other. This was too scary. It was far beyond their imagination. Cough cough. Uncle Black was also badly frightened. He coughed a few times and shook his head. I can't ask anymore. Otherwise, my little heart won't be able to take it. Ha ha, the White-Eyed Wolf laughed proudly. He looked at Uncle Black and said, Do you want to know how many heaven-defying divine artifacts we have? Heaven-defying divine artifact. Uncle Black was stunned. That's right. Heaven-defying divine artifacts. They are above paragon divine artifacts. There are only a handful of them in the entire ancient realm. The White-Eyed Wolf said. So powerful? Uncle Black was shocked. Of course. With the power of a heaven-defying divine artifact, if it fully awakens, even a tiny place like Great Qin will be instantly destroyed. White-Eyed Wolf said proudly. These words were not false. Great Qin's territory was not even 1/10 the size of the ancient world's northern domain, let alone the Divine Land. The Divine Land was only in the north, but it was several times larger than the northern region. Instant annihilation. Lu Yun and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. What kind of divine weapon could possess such terrifying power? White-Eyed Wolf, have you had enough? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The White-Eyed Wolf said to himself, Isn't this letting them broaden their horizons? These things are already beyond their scope of understanding. It might not be a good thing to tell them. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. That seems to be the case. The White-Eyed Wolf muttered. At this moment, Lu Hong and Lu Zheng walked over. Looking at everyone's expression, Lu Hong smiled and said, What are you all talking about? Why do you all look like this? Mother, you don't know how powerful Uncle is. That's right, that's right. Uncle even gave us divine artifacts and techniques. Lu Xiaofei and his sister ran to Lu Hong's side and said excitedly, Divine artifacts. Techniques. Lu Hong was curious. The brother and sister immediately began to talk excitedly. After listening, Lu Hong's face was full of smiles. Sure enough, no matter where this man went, he was the center of attention. Little cousin, you've really hit the jackpot. Lu Zhang approached Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Don't forget me, your brother. You're already the father of 2 children. Don't you feel embarrassed? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. We're all family. What's there to be embarrassed about? Besides, as a father, I can't be worse than 2 children. Lu Zheng pursed his lips. I'm afraid only you can say such shameless words in this world. Lu Hong shook her head. Lu Zheng didn't care at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. When I gave Grandpa the divine artifacts and techniques, I included your share. That's more like it. Lu Zheng smiled. Didn't you go to prepare for the banquet? Why did you come back so quickly? Second Grandpa asked. I'm the head of the Lu family now. Do you need me to prepare in person? I just went to arrange it. Lu Zheng said. What's so great about being the head of the Lu family? Second Grandpa glared at him. No, no. Lu Zheng quickly waved his hand and said with a flattering smile, In front of you, I can only serve tea and water. Second Grandpa chuckled and said, You're all fathers, but you're still so naughty. I know you 2 brothers have a lot to talk about. Okay, you guys talk. We old guys will go prepare. Second Grandpa, you're so considerate. Lu Zheng was very touched. Brat. Second Grandpa glared at him, then looked at Lu Yun and the others and said with a smile, Big brother, third brother, fourth brother, let's give these young people some time alone. Okay. Lu Yun nodded with a smile and waved his hand. Let's go. We'll meet again tonight. Okay. The villagers and children turned around and left with a smile. Soon. Only Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, Lu Hong, Lu Zhang, Lu Xiaofei and his sister were left. Lu Zheng looked at the siblings and waved his hand. You two get out of here too. No. Lu Xiaofei shook his head. Bastard, are you looking for a beating? Lu Zheng glared at him. Lu Xiaofei's neck suddenly shrank. It seemed that he had been beaten by Lu Zheng often. Lu Hong looked at the siblings and said with a smile, be good. Go. Okay. The siblings nodded reluctantly. After the two left, Lu Zheng and Lu Hong sat at the stone table. They looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, how long are you going to stay this time? Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said with a smile, I'm going to stay for a few hundred years. A few hundred years? Lu Zheng was stunned. They originally thought that it would be a few days at most. Qin Feiyang said, do you still remember the third level of the miracle? The third level, Lu Zheng murmured. There was a trace of sadness in his eyes. He nodded and said, of course I remember. Obviously, he was thinking about Lu Jiajin's death. The third level is also called the Hell of the Nether King. Because of some circumstances, we entered the Hell of the Nether King to train. The time limit is 1,000 years. Only 200 years have passed so far, so there are still more than 700 years left. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. You mean, when the time limit of 1,000 years is up, you will return to the Hell of the Nether King, and then return to the ancient realm? Lu Zheng asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's good. We can take the opportunity to have a good gathering. Lu Zheng smiled, thought for a while, and said, actually, everyone is back, right? Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded. Yes, they are all in the Black Tortoise realm. I knew it. But it's understandable. After all, they will leave sooner or later. When the time comes, they will be sad when they part. Lu Zheng smiled. Yes. Qin Feiyang sighed. Lu Zheng asked, what about Big Brother and the inner demons? Are you sure they are not? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The luck and hope in their hearts were destroyed in the end. Lu Zheng shook his head. Like Qin Feiyang, he still did not believe that Lu Jiajin and the inner demons were dead. This was because whether it was the inner demons or Lu Jiajin, he had deep feelings for them. Needless to say, Lu Jiajin was his biological brother. As for the inner demons, although they were arrogant and cold in the past, they were really good to everyone. Especially when the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang fought, it could be said that the inner demons were the greatest contributors. Don't be too sad. Qin Feiyang comforted him. Same here. Lu Zheng smiled. In fact, he also knew that Qin Feiyang must be feeling as sad as him. He was just pretending to be free and easy. White-Eyed Wolf suddenly said, Lu Zheng, Little Hong, your children's names seem a little strange. Strange? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. What was strange? Why didn't he notice? When Lu Hong and Lu Zheng heard this, a hint of a smile flashed in their eyes. Lu Zheng looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, their names are actually a memorial to the inner demons and Big Brother. Memorial? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. That's right. Lu Zheng nodded. White-Eyed Wolf said, Little Qin Zi, didn't you notice that Lu Xiaofei and Lu Xiaojia's names have the word Fei and the word Jia? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. The inner demons were born because of you, so the inner demons are also Qin Feiyang. When Little Hong was pregnant with Little Fei, Little Hong and I discussed it. In order to commemorate the inner demons and Big Brother, the boy will be called Little Fei and the girl will be called Little Jia. There's no need to say the word Fei. As for Jia, Jia and Jia have the same pronunciation. Compared to the latter, Jia is more suitable for girls. But I didn't expect that after Little Fei, we would have a daughter. It just so happens that we can use both names. Lu Zheng said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Hong and Lu Zhang and sighed. Thank you for your concern. We are also afraid. We are afraid that if too much time passes, we will forget them one day. And now, every time we see little Fei and little Jiao, we can think of them, so we will never forget them. Although they are dead, they will always live in our hearts. Lu Zheng said with a smile. Yes. They will always live in our hearts. Qin Feiyang nodded. The atmosphere at the scene was a little heavy. White-Eyed Wolf said, "All right, it's not easy for us to get together. Let's not talk about these painful topics. Yes, yes, yes. We should be happy. I believe that the inner demons and Big Brother also want us to live happily in the underworld." Lu Hong said with a smile. Yes. Lu Zheng and Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Little cousin, I have a kind of superb tea. Do you want to try it?" "What kind of superb tea?" Lu Zheng was curious. Qin Feiyang took out a teapot and said with a smile, "This tea is not for sale." "Is it that exaggerated?" Lu Zheng pursed his lips. Lu Hong also opened the teapot curiously. When she smelled the tea fragrance that wafted out, her eyes suddenly lit up. She used to be by Qin Feiyang's side. Because Qin Feiyang liked to drink tea, she also knew a lot about tea. At a glance, she could tell that it was not an ordinary tea. P.S. Chapter 2, released at 11 o'clock. Chapter 2758. Is it that exaggerated? Quickly brew a pot and let me try it. Lu Zheng pouted when he saw Lu Hong's reaction. For someone like you who doesn't know anything about tea, it would be a waste to drink it. Lu Hong rolled her eyes at him, but she also got to work. It didn't take long for her to finish brewing. Lu Zheng took a sip and said in disdain, "How is this different from the tea we usually drink?" Sigh. It's unteachable. Lu Hong shook her head. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and transmitted his voice, "Huiyi, give me a few pots of celestial immortal wine." "No." Huiyi's voice immediately rang out in Qin Feiyang's mind. "No." Qin Feiyang was stunned and secretly said, "Before entering the Netherworld King's hell, you and the five-clawed golden dragon went to the Eastern Tomb and almost emptied the Heaven Immortal Tower's wine cellar. Now, you're telling me that you didn't?" "We drank it all," Huiyi replied. "Can you guys drink it all? Hurry up. Otherwise, don't think that I'll lend you guys the spacetime gate." Qin Feiyang threatened. "You win. But at most 10 pots. No more," Huiyi said angrily. To people who were addicted to wine, celestial immortal wine was a peerless divine wine. No matter how much money was offered, they wouldn't exchange it for it. "Fine." Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. Very soon, 10 pots of celestial immortal wine appeared on the ground beside them. "This is..." Lu Zheng looked over in surprise. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "This will definitely be to your liking." Lu Zheng suspiciously picked up a wine pot and opened the lid. A strong wine fragrance immediately drifted out. This, Lu Zheng's eyes instantly lit up. He really didn't know anything about tea. But wine, he understood the profoundness of it. Just this wine fragrance alone indicated that this was a divine wine. He impatiently hugged the wine pot and took a big gulp. "Awesome. Little cousin, you don't have to say anything. This is the best gift you've given me." Lu Zheng laughed loudly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. This guy's personality was definitely compatible with Huiyi and the five-clawed golden dragon. White-Eyed Wolf glanced at Lu Zheng and said, "Little Qinzi, I think you should do something for the Lu family." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Soul line, crystal vein," the White-Eyed Wolf said. "Spirit vein, crystal vein," Qin Feiyang murmured. To Great Qin's people, spirit veins and crystal veins were quite unfamiliar. Even Lu Zheng and Lu Hong had never heard of it. Lu Hong asked suspiciously, "What are spirit veins and crystal veins?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "You still remember the Soul Stone, right?" "I remember at that time. Back then, the reason why you were able to break through to War God so quickly was because of the Soul Stones that the Guo family gave you. But speaking of which, what's the situation with the Guo family's fiancé?" Lu Hong was curious. "Fiancé?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, "If you didn't mention it now, I would have almost forgotten about this woman." "Then is she really your fiancé?" Lu Hong asked. "No. It's a fake marriage contract made by the Guo family. This matter has been resolved. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Although the Guo family had been resolved, Guo Zueki was still there, and she should be in the ancient castle now. Because Guo Zueki had been following Mu Tianyang all this time. Then she must be in Mu Tianyang's spatial divine item now. However, he didn't care much about this woman. It's good that it's resolved. Then let's talk about spirit veins and crystal veins, Lu Hong said. Soul stones are produced from spirit veins. And crystal veins can also produce a kind of crystal called divine crystal. This divine crystal can recover divine power. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he took out a soul stone and divine crystal and handed it to Lu Hong. Lu Hong took it in her hand, looked at it curiously for a while, and then tried to refine and absorb it. As expected, spirit veins and crystal veins are the most precious resources in the ancient world. It can be said that these two things can directly affect the prosperity and decline of a force. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. So precious. Lu Hong was stunned and shook her head. Then you'd better keep it for your own use. You're underestimating your brother. Although spirit veins and crystal veins are precious, can they be a problem for me? Let me tell you the truth. The current Black Tortoise Realm's crystal veins and spirit veins can create hundreds or even thousands of qins. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. Ah. Lu Hong was stunned. If it were anyone else, they would definitely think that Qin Feiyang was exaggerating. However, she wouldn't think so because she knew Qin Feiyang too well. Since he dared to say so, he could definitely do it. How about this? I'll give you 10 level 8 divine crystal veins and spirit veins. Qin Feiyang smiled. Level 8 divine crystal veins? Lu Hong was stunned. Little Hongzi, even in the ancient realm, I reckon that only a few of the strongest forces possess a rank 8 divine spirit vein and crystal vein. The white-eyed wolf said. The strongest forces? Lu Hong's face was full of curiosity. There are always 3 great forces in the ancient world. One of them is the Dragon Slayer Palace. 2 of our ancestors were the founders of the Dragon Slayer Palace. The other is the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion is spread all over the ancient world. Its huge financial resources are even inferior to the Dragon Slayer Palace. The last one is the dragons. The dragons are the rulers of the ancient world. The white-eyed wolf said. Dragons? Lu Hong and Lu Zheng looked at each other, the doubts in their eyes growing stronger. You definitely don't know about dragons, but you've seen the dragon god of dragons. The white-eyed wolf said. Who is it? Lu Zheng asked. Ice Dragon. The white-eyed wolf said. What? It's actually him. Lu Zheng suddenly stood up, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Because the death of Lu Jiajin and the inner demons was related to Ice Dragon. You all know Ice Dragon's strength. I believe you can imagine how powerful the dragons are. You can also imagine how difficult the mission of our 2 ancestors and us is. The white-eyed wolf sighed. I really didn't expect the situation in the ancient world to be so serious. Lu Hong shook her head and sighed. This is why we don't want to say much. You don't care. After all, you've all seen the world. But the others, for example, if the grandpas knew about this, how worried would they be? The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Indeed. Lu Hong nodded. Actually, you don't have to tell us. Because even if we knew, we wouldn't be able to help you. Lu Zheng sighed. Well, we just happened to mention this, so we just said it casually. The white-eyed wolf smiled. All right. You all work hard in the ancient world. We'll support you spiritually in the Great Qin. Lu Zheng smiled. He was quite carefree. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said telepathically, Fire Lotus, did you hear our conversation? Yes. The Fire Lotus responded. Then get ready, Qin Feiyang said to himself. Okay. The Fire Lotus responded and walked out of the ancient castle. Standing above the herb field, with a wave of her hand, 10 spirit veins and crystal veins immediately rushed out from the ground. Outside, Qin Feiyang also got up and flew to the sky above the village. The white-eyed wolf, Lu Zheng, and Lu Hong followed closely behind. Feiyang, what are you doing? Below. Seeing this, the villagers looked at Qin Feiyang curiously and asked, "You're all my family members, Qin Feiyang. Of course, I have to give you a gift." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. A gift? Everyone suddenly looked forward to it. Lu Yun and a group of people also walked out of a wooden building with smoke lingering around it. They looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled as he raised his arm and lightly waved it. 10 spirit veins and crystal veins immediately appeared above the village. A surge of majestic energy rolled out from the sky above the village, instantly enveloping the entire village. Everyone was surprised. This energy was something they had never seen before. Boom. Suddenly, a 12 or 13-year-old boy's aura emerged uncontrollably and broke through to 3-star martial master in an instant. The young master was stunned. Boom. The next moment, another 15 or 16-year-old girl's cultivation also broke through to 2-star martial grandmaster uncontrollably. It can't be. I've been stuck at 1-star martial grandmaster for several months and couldn't break through no matter how hard I tried. But now, I didn't do anything. How could I break through on my own? The girl was surprised. Boom. Before her voice died away, another old man's cultivation also broke through. The old man was an 8-star battle saint and had been stuck at that level for many years. But at this moment, he also broke through to 9-star battle saint. What's going on? When Lu Yun and the others saw this, their faces were filled with bewilderment. Because not only the boy, the girl, the old man, and many other people's cultivation were also breaking through one after another. This is the power of spirit veins and crystal veins. Lu Hong and Lu Zheng were also dumbfounded by what they saw. That's right. Although people below the false god realm can't refine spirit stones and divine crystals, they can absorb the energy of spirit veins and crystal veins. And this energy can also change everyone's physique. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. No wonder the creatures of the ancient world are so powerful. It's because of these treasures. Lu Zheng suddenly understood. So, crystal veins and spirit veins are the most precious resources in the world. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to the white-eyed wolf, saying, "Move the whole village." Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Divine power rolled out and enveloped the whole village, then disappeared into the depths of the earth. Rise. The white-eyed wolf shouted and the ground immediately shook. The whole village, including hundreds of miles of land outside the village, was directly uprooted from the ground. Then, a huge deep pit appeared. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and 10 spirit veins and crystal veins fell into the bottom of the deep pit. The white-eyed wolf also waved its paw and the village slowly fell and returned to its original appearance. Then, in less than 100 breaths, the village was surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. There were also many people whose cultivation was breaking through. What a terrifying energy! Lu Yun and the others were shocked. Even their cultivation was loosening at this moment. Grandfather, you can set up a barrier around the island in the future to prevent the energy from leaking out. Qin Feiyang landed in front of Lu Yun and said with a smile. 10 8th order divine level spirit veins and crystal veins were completely enough. Okay. Lu Yun nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to look at the white-eyed wolf, saying, "It should be about time." Divine weapons and spirit veins had been given, as well as spirit veins and crystal veins. They had basically done everything they could. Almost. The white-eyed wolf grinned. Then let's go around. Qin Feiyang smiled. Uncle Wolf, will lead the way for you. Lu Xiaofei and his sister hurriedly ran to Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile. Lu Xiaojia's cultivation had also broken through before, which undoubtedly made her admire Qin Feiyang even more. Chapter 2759. Not only is he a blessing for great Qin, but is also a blessing for our Lu family. Looking at the departing figure, second grandpa smiled with relief. Yeah. I can imagine how happy Emperor Hong and the others will be when they see this kid tomorrow. Lu Yun nodded with a smile. Haha, I think the happiest ones right now are Lil Fei and Lil Jiao. They're like followers. Uncle He shook his head and laughed. Of course. After all, Feiyang has been his idol since he was young. Let's go, Continue to prepare the banquet. It must be sumptuous. Let Fei Yang taste the taste of home. Although hundreds of years had passed, the Lu family had not changed much. Qin Fei Yang strolled around, returned to the village, and chatted with the elders in the village. Time flew by. Night fell. The Lu family at night was even more lively. Qin Fei Yang did not like to drink, but this night, he also let go of his appetite. The laughter never stopped from beginning to end. And this night, Qin Fei Yang also rarely lay on the bed and had a good sleep. Because when he returned home, his heart was at ease. The next day, early morning, the sun slowly rose, and all things revived. Qin Fei Yang walked out of the room and looked at the grass outside the village entrance. Dozens of children were sitting there, inhaling the vitality. This made Qin Fei Yang could not help but recall himself when he was young. Wasn't he like this in the past? In order to become strong, he constantly worked hard. Do your best, children. Qin Fei Yang muttered. You're up so early. Lu Yun walked out, looked at Qin Fei Yang kindly, and asked. It's not early. Qin Fei Yang looked at the sun in the sky, turned to look at Lu Yun, and said with a smile, Grandfather, don't you plan to find a wife? Wife? Lu Yun was slightly stunned, and his face immediately darkened. He fiercely knocked Qin Fei Yang's head, and said angrily, Stinking brat, even joking with grandfather. Ha! Qin Fei Yang scratched his head and laughed dryly. Lu Yun rolled his eyes and said, You walk around first. Grandfather will prepare breakfast. After saying that, he walked towards the backyard. I'll help. Qin Fei Yang hurriedly followed. We're here to freeload too. Lu Zheng, Lu Hong, second grandpa, third grandpa, fourth grandpa, and Lu Xiaofei and his sister all ran over. Breakfast was simple. There was a pot of millet porridge and a few plates of cooked dishes. It was very light but very delicious. The whole family sat together and felt very warm. The sun was high in the sky. After Qin Fei Yang finished washing the dishes, he looked at the sky and smiled. It's time to go to Imperial City. Then go quickly. If Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen knew that we forced you to stay in the Lu family, they would definitely be jealous. Lu Yun smiled. Ha, second grandpa and the others couldn't help but laugh. Qin Fei Yang looked at the white-eyed wolf and asked, What about you? Do you want to stay here or go to the Imperial City with me? Of course I'm going to the Imperial City. The white-eyed wolf's eyes rolled around. No one knew what he was thinking. How could Qin Fei Yang not know what the white-eyed wolf was thinking? I think it's better for you to stay here, he said. In your dreams. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Father, I also want to go to the Imperial City. And me. Lu Xiaofei and his sister looked at Lu Zheng and Lu Hong. Lu Hong was stunned and asked suspiciously, Why are you going to the Imperial City? We want to visit Grandma and Grandpa. Lu Xiaofei said. Lu Hong said grumpily, I think you want to go with your uncle to play. I really can't hide anything from Mother's sharp eyes. Lu Xiaofei smiled embarrassedly. Lu Hong shook her head helplessly and said, Don't go. Your uncle has just returned and has to meet many old friends. He doesn't have time to play with you. Lu Xiaofei said, We won't cause trouble for uncle. Yes, we promise. Lu Xiaojia also nodded. No. Lu Hong shook her head. Mother, the brother and sister ran up, each hugging one of Lu Hong's arms and acting coquettishly. Lu Hong's face darkened. Qin Fei Yang smiled and said, All right, let them go. Lu Hong was stunned and hurriedly said, But, I'm an adult. Can't I take care of 2 children? Qin Fei Yang smiled. Don't spoil them too much. Lu Hong shook her head and looked at the brother and sister, saying, All right, I'll let you go. But remember, you must listen to uncle. We promise. The brother and sister were overjoyed. Lu Xiaofei immediately opened a portal and urged, Uncle Wolf, let's go. He looked as if he was afraid that Lu Hong would go back on her words. Qin Fei Yang smiled and walked into the portal. Don't talk about it. He missed this portal a little. This was because he had not used the portal since he entered the ancient world. In the Imperial City, this was a symbol of status and a sacred place in the hearts of countless people. As such, Compared to the quiet and simple Lu family, this place was bustling and lively. At the city gate, on a small path, 3 people and a dog walked at a leisurely pace. The large black dog said suspiciously, "Little Qinzi, what do you mean?" That was right. These 3 people and a dog were Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, Lu Xiaofei, and Lu Xiaojia. But now, they had changed their appearances and dressed very plainly. They even hid their cultivation level. They looked like country bumpkins who were entering the city for the first time. And this time, it was Qin Feiyang who took the initiative to change their appearances, so White-Eyed Wolf was a little puzzled. Didn't the Lu family blame him for making trouble? Why did he make trouble when they came to the imperial city? Of course, I did this for a reason. Because this place is different from the Lu family. Qin Feiyang said. How is it different? White-Eyed Wolf, Lu Xiaofei, and Lu Jiajin looked at him suspiciously. The Lu family lives in a remote corner and doesn't like to fight for fame and fortune, so there is nothing to observe. But this place is different. This place is full of luxuries and debauchery. It is also a place for power and interests. So I want to see if the imperial city is still the same as before. I want to see what kind of character these princes and princesses have. Qin Feiyang whispered. Although his words were very calm, Lu Xiaofei and his sister felt a piercing coldness. I see. I hope you won't be disappointed. White-Eyed Wolf smiled. During the conversation, a group of people came to the city gate. There were 4 guards on both sides of the city gate. Everyone who entered the city would be strictly interrogated with the Heaven's Eye Stone. Uncle, if we change our appearances, how can we pass their interrogation? Lu Xiaofei said telepathically. Qin Feiyang said, you don't need to ask me about this kind of trivial matter. That's right, you can't even handle this kind of trivial matter. What qualifications do you have to follow us? White-Eyed Wolf secretly said. This, Lu Xiaofei suddenly became distressed. Soon, it was Qin Feiyang and the others' turn. Several guards looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two's appearance and shook their heads sarcastically. Another few bumpkins who came to the imperial city for the first time. Bumpkins, Qin Feiyang murmured. These words were so familiar. Lu Xiaojia looked at Qin Feiyang and said unhappily, don't look down on people. Little girl, you have quite a temper. Do you know where this place is? This is the imperial city. If you want to enter the imperial city, you better behave yourself. The 4 of them sneered. You, Lu Xiaojia glared at the 4 of them. Since when had she been spoken to like this? In the past, when she entered the imperial palace, she would directly teleport there. It's not good to judge a book by its cover. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. It seemed that even after the disaster back then, the nature of these people had not changed. One of them shouted, stop talking nonsense, quickly grab the Heaven's Eye Stone and accept the interrogation. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 of them in silence. Lu Xiaofei was racking his brains. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He walked in front of the 4 guards, quietly took out a few hundred gold coins, and said with a smile, for big brothers, we are new here, please take care of us. The 4 guards looked at the gold coins, and then looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. What an idiot. Isn't this the same as admitting that there's a problem with our identity? The White-Eyed Wolf was secretly annoyed. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang sent a sound transmission, still looking at the 4 guards. The 4 guards looked at them for a moment, then looked at Lu Xiaofei and whispered, are you sending away beggars? I'll go. Knowing that there's a problem with our identity, you actually didn't investigate us? The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. Lu Xiaofei was also stunned for a moment, then nodded and smiled, understood. As he spoke, he took out a few hundred gold coins. One of the guards said angrily, brat, can't you be more straightforward? This, Lu Xiaofei gritted his teeth, took out a few hundred gold coins, and said, 4 big brothers, this is all I have. The 4 of them looked at each other and looked at the people in the queue behind them. No one noticed these gold coins, so they quietly kept them. Then, the 4 of them looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, pretended to interrogate them, and then waved their hands, go in. Thank you, 4 big brothers. Lu Xiaofei had a grateful look on his face as he followed Qin Feiyang into the city. Little Qin Zi, what do you think? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang jokingly. Qin Feiyang glanced at the streets on both sides as he walked, silent. But the white-eyed wolf could clearly feel that Qin Feiyang was brewing anger in his heart. The four guards' duty was to interrogate everyone who entered the imperial city. It seemed very ordinary, but it was quite important. Because they were the first barrier to guard the imperial city. But now, what the four of them did was neglect their duty. For their own greed, they completely forgot the safety of the imperial city. Letting such people guard the city gate, to put it bluntly, was digging their own graves. As for the city, it was quite peaceful. Soon. In the evening, Qin Feiyang led the white-eyed wolf, Lu Xiaofei, and his sister through one district after another and finally entered the first district. The first district was where all the rich and powerful families and influential people lived. It was also the most prosperous place in the imperial city. For example, the headquarters of the Treasure Pavilion, the largest trading center of the Great Qin, was also here. And after passing through the first district was the inner city. The inner city was where the civil and military officials of the Great Qin and the marquises lived. In other words, the people who lived in the inner city were the pinnacle of the Great Qin. As for the inner city, it was where the imperial palace was located, the most supreme place in the Great Qin. Chapter 2760. At night, the first city district was bustling with activity. Looking at the surrounding streets, the restaurants were brightly lit. Many of the people entering and exiting the restaurants were from the rich and noble families. Especially some young people, their behavior was even bolder. They hugged some women with heavy makeup and swaggered through the streets, showing off how great they were. Of course, there were also some commoners. This was a place of extravagance, filled with temptation everywhere. Qin Feiyang walked on the streets and looked at everything around him. He asked, "Little Fei, where's the best restaurant in the Emperor City now?" Lu Xiaofei said, "The best restaurant in the Imperial City is the Fragrant Moon Restaurant." Fragrant Moon Restaurant? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and frowned. Why does it sound familiar? White-eyed Wolf said telepathically, "Is it the Fragrant Moon Restaurant that we used to go to?" Used to go there? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, and a magnificent restaurant gradually appeared in his mind. Lu Xiaofei said, "Speaking of this Fragrant Moon Restaurant, it is quite old." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. This Fragrant Moon Restaurant has existed for hundreds of years. And it has always been the most high-end, most luxurious, and most extravagant restaurant in the Imperial City. Generally, those who enter and leave the Fragrant Moon Restaurant are the children of the rich and powerful. Lu Xiaofei said. Fragrant Moon Restaurant, Qin Feiyang murmured. If the Fragrant Moon Restaurant mentioned by Lu Xiaofei was the same place as the one in his memory, then this Fragrant Moon Restaurant was indeed very old. Because this Fragrant Moon Restaurant had already existed when he was young. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then let's go to the Fragrant Moon Restaurant." "What? Fragrant Moon Restaurant?" Lu Xiaofei was stunned. "Why? Can't I?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. "Uncle, this Fragrant Moon Restaurant is a brothel. It's fine for us two men, but little sister," Lu Xiaofei turned to look at Lu Xiaojia, looking a little hesitant. "Brothel?" Lu Xiaojia was stunned. Looking at Lu Xiaofei, she said, "Brother, don't tell me you have been to the Fragrant Moon Restaurant." "No, no. How is this possible? Your elder brother is a gentleman," Lu Xiaofei said hurriedly. "Explaining is the same as covering up. Just you wait, I'll go back and tell mother and father." Lu Xiaojia snorted coldly. "My good sister, I've only been there once. Can you not tell them? If they find out about this, they'll skin me alive." Lu Xiaofei's expression changed. "Sure. You really have been there. I'll be lenient if you confess, but I'll be strict if you resist." "Who did you go with?" Lu Xiaojia said furiously. Lu Xiaofei was stunned. He glared at Lu Xiaojia fiercely and said, "Little girl, you dare to trick me? How is it? You're the stupid one. Hurry up and confess. Otherwise, I will tell father and mother right now." Lu Xiaojia smiled proudly and took out the image crystal from her bosom. Lu Xiaofei's expression changed, and he said, "It's with Situ Feiyang." "So it's this little fatso." Lu Xiaojia mumbled. Hey hey hey. How can you say that? Situ Feiyang is your brother." Lu Xiaofei was unhappy. "You guys are jackals of the same tribe." Lu Xiaojia snorted coldly. "Situ Feiyang?" Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and asked suspiciously, "Who is this Situ Feiyang that you guys are talking about?" Lu Xiaofei said, "Situ Feiyang is the son of Uncle Situ and Aunt Li Yang." "Uncle Situ?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Lu Xiaofei said, "Uncle Situ is Situ Tianyu." "Situ Tianyu?" Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. "Wasn't this Fatso's name?" "Aunt Li Yang, that's right. This was the damn Fatso." They didn't expect that the damn Fatso and Li Yang already had a child. They even named the child Situ Feiyang. The only difference between him and Qin Feiyang was their surname. But then again, these guys were really fast. Lu Hong and Lu Zheng had a son and a daughter. Fatso and Li Yang also had a son. He just didn't know how Ling Yunfei and Zhao Shuang'er were doing now. Thinking back, these three pairs of enemies had gotten married at the same time. "Then your Uncle Situ," Qin Feiyang was about to ask about Fatso's whereabouts when he suddenly frowned and said, "Wait, that's not right. Why do you guys also call him uncle?" "We have another uncle," Lu Xiaofei said. "Who?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Lu Xiaofei said, "Ling Yunfei." "What the hell?" Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. How did they all become uncles? "You have to ask Mother and Father about this because Mother told us to call him that," Lu Xiaofei said. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. It seemed that the situation was similar to his. Qin Feiyang said, "Then where are Ling Yunfei and Fatso now?" "Uncle Situ and Aunt Li Yang are in the Forgotten Continent. They are all busy people now. Especially Aunt Li Yang, who is in charge of the trading pavilion of the Forgotten Continent. She is a real strong woman. As for Uncle Situ, his status is not so good," Lu Xiaofei said with a smile. "What do you mean?" The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up and asked curiously. Lu Xiaofei said, "Uncle, do you still remember that when they got married, you gave Aunt Li Yang a divine artifact?" "Divine artifact?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "I remember, it seems to be the Wind Moon Pavilion." This Wind Moon Pavilion was a divine artifact. It was the divine artifact of the demon ancestor's subordinate, Sima Kuan. At that time, when Fatso and Li Yang got married, Qin Feiyang gave this divine artifact to Li Yang as a congratulatory gift. It is this Wind Moon Pavilion. Aunt Li Yang is quite valiant. If there is a disagreement, she will use the Wind Moon Pavilion to beat up Uncle Situ. Every time she sees Uncle Situ, she will have a wronged look on her face and complain about you. "Why did you give this Wind Moon Pavilion to Aunt Li Yang?" Lu Xiaofei chuckled. "So it's like this." Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled. Back then, when Fatso and Li Yang, Ling Yunfei and Zhao Shuang'er, Lu Zheng and Lu Hong got married, he did not only give Fatso and Li Yang congratulatory gifts. Ling Yunfei and Zhao Shuang'er, Lu Zheng and Lu Hong also had gifts. Ling Yunfei and Zhao Shuang'er's divine artifact was the Qilin armor. Lu Zheng and Lu Hong's divine artifact was the Dragon Vein sword. And at that time, he also gave all of them to Li Yang, Lu Hong, and Zhao Shuang'er. Lu Zheng's current situation was needless to say. He was a real henpecked husband. Now Fatso was the same, but he did not know if Ling Yunfei was the same. The white-eyed wolf asked, "What about Ling Yunfei and Zhao Shuang'er?" Lu Xiaofei said, "They are relatively free, in Iron Ox Town." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "It seems that they will enjoy life. TCH, I think this Ling Yunfei must be a henpecked husband." The white-eyed wolf said. "How do you know?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Isn't it simple? You see, Ling Yunfei's clanland is in Black Bear City, right? Zhao Shuang'er's clanland is in Iron Ox Town, right? As the saying goes, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, follow the dog. Logically speaking, Shouldn't Zhao Shuang'er live in Black Bear City with Ling Yunfei? But now, Ling Yunfei followed Zhao Shuang'er to Iron Ox Town. You can imagine, what position does he have in front of Zhao Shuang'er? The white-eyed wolf said. It seems quite reasonable. After being analyzed by the white-eyed wolf, Qin Feiyang nodded and muttered. Uncle Wolf, what you said is true. In short, my father, Uncle Sichu, and Uncle Ling are all henpecked men. Every time I see them, I feel that they are embarrassing us men. Lu Xiaofei shook his head. Embarrassing? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaofei. What a mischievous child. Lu Xiaofei laughed dryly, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, Uncle, are you also afraid of Aunt? What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Although you're not married yet, Mother has already told me about you and my aunt. Since my father, Uncle Sichu, and Uncle Ling are henpecked, then are you also afraid of her? Hee. After all, there is a saying that goes like this. Birds of a feather flock together. Lu Xiaofei laughed evilly. Are you looking for a beating? How can I be afraid of your aunt? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Although you say you are not afraid, you must be very afraid in your heart. Lu Xiaofei laughed evilly. Kid, I find that you are really naughty. Qin Feiyang was helpless. At this time, Lu Xiaojia pointed to the front and said, Uncle, we have arrived at the Fragrant Moon restaurant. Is that so? Qin Feiyang raised his head to look and saw a magnificent restaurant in front of him. This restaurant had a total of 50 floors. Gorgeous and magnificent. It is indeed the Fragrant Moon restaurant. Qin Feiyang whispered. After hundreds of years, it still hadn't disappeared. There were 2 waiters at the door, welcoming the guests warmly. Suddenly, the 2 of them found that Qin Feiyang and the others were standing motionless at the entrance. One of the waiters immediately stepped forward and shouted, What are you looking at? Is this a place where you can afford to spend? Don't block the way here, scram. Because they deliberately dressed up, Qin Feiyang and the others looked particularly inconspicuous. Lu Xiaofei was a young man after all. When he heard the waiter's words, he immediately said angrily, Don't look down on us. As for Qin Feiyang, looking at the Fragrant Moon restaurant, memories kept appearing in his mind. He still remembered that this was the place where he officially met the first prince. He still remembered that this was the place where he met Qin Shi and Qin Yu. Qin Shi and Qin Yu were once his maids, but because of his relationship with them, they were implicated and were sent here by the first prince to be singers. Later, although he saved the 2 women couldn't let go of the humiliation they suffered in the Fragrant Moon restaurant and committed suicide. These painful memories. Qin Feiyang really didn't want to think about them again. But memories, they couldn't be controlled. Yo, you still dare to be arrogant? Looking at Lu Xiaofei's attitude, the waiter suddenly raised his brows. Isn't it just money? I have a lot. Lu Xiaofei took out a large amount of gold coins and threw it at the waiter, saying indifferently, Take this as a tip for you. The waiter was slightly taken aback. He glanced at the closed doors on the ground. There were at least a few hundred of them. So arrogant, so generous. Could it be that he was a disciple of a big family? Chapter 2761. The waiter couldn't help but size Lu Xiaofei up again. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't have the temperament of a wealthy family. Immediately, the waiter couldn't help but sneer secretly. It seemed that he was just a nouveau riche. Thank you for your reward, young master. On the surface, the waiter smiled and bent down to pick up the gold coins. So many gold coins, it would be a waste not to take them. Then, the waiter retreated to the side and said with a smile, Please come in. Uncle, let's go. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was still thinking about something, Lu Xiaofei gently tugged at the corner of Qin Feiyang's clothes. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and nodded, Okay. Wait. But suddenly, the waiter reached out to stop them, looked at the white-eyed wolf, and shook his head. I'm sorry, Fragrant Moon has rules. Livestock are not allowed to enter. Livestock? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Was he talking about it? Impudent. Lu Xiaofei was also stunned. Then, he shouted, Do you know where it came from? It's just a dog, who cares about its origin? As long as it's an animal, it's not allowed to enter the fragrant moon inn. The waiter shook his head. Livestock. Things. Not to mention Lu Xiaofei, even Lu Xiaojia was very angry. This was their Uncle Wolf. It was actually so humiliating. The white-eyed wolf's eyes turned cold as he stared at the waiter and said, "Say that again." "En. A dog can speak human language? It seems that it has some cultivation. However, livestock are still livestock, you still can't go in." The waiter sneered. "You're courting death." The white-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with coldness. Lu Xiaofei and Lu Xiaojia clenched their hands together. Back then, suddenly, a calm voice sounded. "En." The waiter, the white-eyed wolf, Lu Xiaofei, and Lu Xiaojia all turned to look at Qin Feiyang. At this moment, there were also many people surrounding them, watching the show. Back then, I had always blamed Big Brother for the death of Qin Shi and Qin Yu, but I forgot about the accomplice of Fragrant Moon Inn. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. The Big Brother he was referring to was naturally the first prince. Accomplice? What do you mean? Everyone was suspicious. Lu Xiaojia also asked suspiciously, "Uncle Wolf, what's wrong with Uncle?" White-eyed Wolf thought to himself, he must have recalled some painful memories. The Fragrant Moon brothel used to be the property of the first prince. After the first prince died, no one paid much attention to the Fragrant Moon brothel. And because of this, it continued until the end. To tell the truth, the Fragrant Moon brothel should thank Qin Feiyang. Otherwise, the Fragrant Moon brothel would have already become history. And now, a waiter actually dared to humiliate the white-eyed wolf. Wasn't he courting death? Let's wipe them out. Qin Feiyang sized up the Fragrant Moon Inn and said calmly, "I was waiting for you to say that." The white-eyed wolf chuckled and swung its claws back. With a loud bang, the entire Fragrant Moon Inn collapsed. What? The two waiters' expressions changed. The surrounding crowd was also horrified. Who is this? How dare he cause trouble in the first district? Bastard! How dare he disturb me from drinking? Who the hell is so bold? Do you want to die? Accompanied by angry shouts, a group of people ran out of the ruins with dusty faces. These people were all dressed in gorgeous clothes. Obviously, they were not ordinary people. It's them. The surrounding crowd pointed at Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang glanced at those dusty people indifferently. Then, he turned and left with the white-eyed wolf and Lu Xiaofei. "Stop!" One of the purple-clad young men shouted. Qin Feiyang said without looking back, "No matter who you are, you'd better not provoke me." The purple-clad young man was stunned. He was so angry that he laughed. He shook off the dust on his body and stepped in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. "Don't you understand human language?" The white-eyed wolf clawed back. The purple-clad young man was immediately sent flying and hit the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. Damn it! Is this big black dog going to defy the heavens? Why didn't he inquire about the other party's identity before making a move? The surrounding crowd was stunned. "Identity?" The white-eyed wolf sneered and said proudly, "Not to mention these playboys, even if it's the princes and princesses in the palace, I dare to beat them." Crazy. How arrogant. The crowd was shocked. He even dared to beat the princes and princesses in the palace. Was he going to ascend to heaven? Lu Xiaofei stepped forward, glanced at the purple-clad young man, and said through voice transmission, "Uncle Wolf, this person's identity is really not simple." The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Lu Xiaofei said with a smile, "He is the youngest son of Marquis Yang Xiaochuan." This was not said through voice transmission. The white-eyed wolf suddenly said, "It turns out that he is the son of a marquis. How dare you hit me? You're finished, completely finished. Even if the heavenly emperor comes down, he won't be able to save you." Yang Xiaochuan crawled up, and stared at Qin Feiyang and the others with hatred. "You still dare to be arrogant?" The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows, and went forward to slap him. Yang Xiaochuan flew out once again, and an eye-catching dog paw print appeared on his face. So arrogant. The surrounding people were dumbstruck. They already knew the other party's identity, but they still dared to make a move. This was completely not putting the martial Marquis government in their eyes. This young Xiaochuan is not only the son of a Marquis, I also heard that he is very familiar with the 16th prince. What do you mean very familiar? That means they grew up together. The crowd whispered. 16th prince. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Uncle, this 16th prince is called Qin Li, and is also your younger brother. According to seniority, I should also call him uncle, but I don't like him. Lu Xiaofei secretly said. Why? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. He's a bit sinister. And I heard from Uncle Haotian that he's even forming a faction in the palace to fight for the throne. Lu Xiaofei transmitted. Uncle Haotian? Qin Feiyang was startled. Lu Xiaofei said, actually, Uncle Haotian is pretty good. When we were young, he took care of me and Xiao Jiao. Is that so? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Although he's usually quiet, and every time he mentions you, he hates you to the bone. But to us, his relatives, there's really nothing to say. And Uncle Haotian himself said that he's not interested in the throne. His only goal is to surpass you and defeat you. Lu Xiaofei secretly said. In that case, I didn't make a mistake back then. This throne, he really needs to be the one to inherit it. Qin Feiyang laughed. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Lu Xiaofei shook his head. With your uncle here, there's nothing difficult. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. That's true. Lu Xiaofei nodded. His uncle was omnipotent. How dare you? Suddenly, a cold snort sounded out. Shua. In the next moment, a young man wearing a golden python robe descended from the sky. Behind him, there were 6 black armored guards. Lu Xiaofei raised his head and sent a sound transmission. Uncle, he is Qin Li. Qin Feiyang raised his head to size up Qin Li. His appearance was outstanding, his temperament was extraordinary, and his cultivation was not bad either. 9-star war sect. However, there was a trace of gloominess between his brows. Qin Feiyang then looked at the 6 black armored guards. Looking at the armor on the 6 of them, Qin Feiyang felt nostalgic. Because these 6 people were the Black Iron Army of the Imperial Palace. Their cultivation was all at the level of a 1-star war saint. Compared to the previous Black Iron Army, the quality had also improved by a lot. This was because the previous Black Iron Army were basically all War Emperor and War Master cultivators. Your Highness, it was them who destroyed the Fragrant Moon restaurant. A group of waiters from the restaurant ran to Qin Feiyang and the others and said angrily, From the looks of it, the Fragrant Moon restaurant is now Qin Li's property. Qin Feiyang was startled. It's Qin Li's property. Lu Xiaofei sent a sound transmission. Qin Feiyang said, then it's not without reason that this Fragrant Moon restaurant has been able to exist until now. Your Highness, you're here. Young Xiaochuan was also ecstatic. He hurriedly flew to Qin Li and said, Your Highness, look, what did they do to me? You have to uphold justice for me. Don't worry. Qin Li waved his hand and lowered his head to size up Qin Feiyang and the others. Their clothes were ordinary, their appearance was ordinary, and their temperament was also ordinary. It was obvious that they were just commoners. A mere commoner actually dared to destroy his property. Not to mention commoners, even the children of nobles would have to lie down in front of him. Qin Li asked, Do you know who I am? Yes. Great Qin's 16th prince. Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Li said, Since you know, then you should also know what to do next. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, Then you'll have to teach me. Impudent. You dare to be so arrogant in front of His Highness? Young Xiaochuan shouted. Qin Feiyang glanced at young Xiaochuan indifferently and then looked at Qin Li. Qin Li clenched his hands. This kind of neither servile nor overbearing gaze was really disgusting. He said, Dig out your own eyes, and I'll let you go. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Digging out our own eyes, so vicious. Lu Xiaojia said discontentedly, Why should we dig out our own eyes? Because you have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. You even dared to destroy this prince's property. What's the point of keeping your dog eyes? Qin Li shouted. Great Qin's prince is indeed awe-inspiring. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's all right. Anyway, It's not something that lowly commoners like you can compare to. Qin Li said proudly. Lowly commoners. Qin Feiyang muttered. You don't want to do it yourself? Qin Li raised his eyebrows and said, all right, I'll do it. Then, Qin Li turned to look at the 6 invincible Black Army soldiers and said, go, dig out their eyes for me. Yes. The 6 of them respectfully responded and stepped in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Their eyes were filled with cold light. Sigh. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He waved his hand and swept up the white-eyed wolf and Lu Xiaojia before disappearing without a trace. Where did they go? How did they disappear? The 6 invincible Black Army soldiers were shocked. They quickly scanned the crowd and found nothing. It can't be. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. This speed is too fast. The surrounding crowd was also horrified. Your Highness, this, Yang Xiaochuan was also stunned. He then turned to look at Qin Li. Find them. Issue an arrest warrant. Even if you have to flip the entire imperial city upside down, you have to find them. Qin Li shouted. All right. Yang Xiaochuan nodded. Chapter 2762. The Inner City. On a secluded street. Lu Xiaofei looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and said, Uncle, why don't you teach him a lesson? It's not time yet. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Lu Xiaofei asked, then when is? Tomorrow morning. Before Lu Xiaofei finished, Qin Feiyang spoke. Tomorrow morning? Lu Xiaofei and Lu Xiaojia looked at each other. This uncle's thoughts were really unpredictable. Xiaofei, are you familiar with the Imperial Palace? Qin Feiyang suddenly stopped and asked. Of course. Not only am I familiar with the Imperial Palace, but I'm also familiar with the people in the Imperial Palace. Lu Xiaofei nodded. Qin Feiyang said, then tell me, what kind of conduct do these younger brothers and sisters of mine have? This, Lu Xiaofei was a little hesitant. Just say it. Qin Feiyang smiled. Well, I'll be frank. Except for those princesses, all the princes are fighting openly and secretly. And all of this is nothing more than the throne and full strength. Lu Xiaofei said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Father and mother don't care about this kind of thing. Yes. Of course. But these people are one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. Grandfather and grandmother can't do anything. Besides, these princes are like you, they're biological children. They can't bear to be strict with them. So, as long as they don't go too far, grandfather and grandmother will turn a blind eye. Lu Xiaofei said. How can this be? This situation is no different from when we were in the Great Qin. White-eyed Wolf said. Yes. To put it bluntly, they have been pampered and have not experienced any hardships, so they have developed such selfish behavior. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then how do you plan to solve it? White-eyed Wolf asked. Just as Little Fei said, they are my blood brothers and sisters after all. I can't just kill them. Qin Feiyang sighed. Compared to the first prince and the others, it is indeed a little difficult to deal with. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang then looked at Lu Xiaofei and asked, what about the various martial marquis? Qin Feiyang said, the various martial marquises also have their own camps. These people are still not being honest. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's because you left. If you stayed in the Imperial Palace, would they dare to act rashly? White-eyed Wolf's face was full of disdain. That's true. These martial marquis, every time they hear your name, uncle, it's like a mouse seeing a cat. Lu Xiaofei smiled. Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Xiaofei, pondered for a moment, and said with a faint smile, all right, I already know how to deal with it. The next day, early morning, the civil and military officials gathered in the throne room for the daily morning assembly. Swish. A middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe and a dragon crown descended in front of the dragon throne. That's right. This person was the current emperor, Qin Feiyang's father. Greetings, Your Majesty. The civil and military officials immediately lined up and respectfully knelt on the ground. The emperor sat on the dragon throne and said lightly, rise. Everyone stood up. The chief eunuch next to him shouted, if there's something to report, leave the assembly. Your Majesty, I have something to report. A middle-aged man immediately walked out. Yang Wuho, what's the matter? The emperor said. Your Majesty, last night in the first district, a few criminals openly attacked and injured my son. And they threatened that they would even dare to beat up the princess and the prince. Yang Wuho said angrily. What? They even dare to beat up the princess and the prince? Who is so bold? As soon as Yang Wuho said this, the civil and military officials suddenly became restless. Is there really such a thing? The emperor frowned. Yes. At that time, the 16th prince was also there. Yang Wuho said. The emperor looked at the chief eunuch next to him and said, Call the 16th prince over. Yes. The chief eunuch responded respectfully. Then, he disappeared in a flash. Soon. The chief eunuch took Qin Li back to the throne room. Qin Li knelt on the ground and said respectfully, This son greets father. Get up and talk. The emperor waved his hand. Thank you, father. Qin Li bowed and gave his thanks before standing up. The emperor said, I heard from Yang Wuho that someone beat his son last night. Yes. Those people are extremely arrogant and even threatened to beat us princes and princesses. This son has issued a warrant. I believe it won't be long before they are caught. Qin Li said. Warrant? The emperor was slightly stunned and frowned. Why didn't you ask me first for such a big thing like a warrant? Father, please calm down. This son was also afraid that they would run away, so I made the decision on my own. This son was also planning to report this matter to father after the morning assembly. Qin Li hurriedly said. The emperor said, Only I am qualified to issue a warrant for arrest in the Great Qin. Next time, don't act on your own. This son obeys the decree. Qin Li nodded and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Since the warrant has been issued, then let's wait for the news. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, then you can leave. The emperor said indifferently. I still have something to do. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, a calm voice suddenly sounded outside the hall. Everyone was stunned and hurriedly turned their heads to look. This voice was very unfamiliar, but there was a trace of surprise in Qin Li's eyes. Because this voice was very familiar to him. It was the person who shouted at him. But why would this person appear outside the throne room? One had to know. This throne room was the holy land of the imperial palace. Other than the civil and military officials, even princes like them had to obtain the emperor's permission in advance before they could enter. At the same time, outside the hall, there were 8 guards. These 8 people all had the cultivation of the war emperor. They wore a set of flame armor and looked majestic. On their armor, there was a Qilin pattern. They were the Kirin army, which was of a higher level than the invincible Black Army. The 8 members of the Qilin army were surprised when they heard the unfamiliar voice. Whoosh! In the next moment, 3 people and a dog appeared in front of the throne room. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the throne room? The 8 people immediately took out their weapons and pointed at the 3 people and the dog. The 3 people and the dog were naturally Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Lu Xiaofei. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 8 people indifferently and stepped into the throne room with the white-eyed wolf and Lu Xiaofei. So fast. The 8 people were shocked and quickly chased into the throne room. They shouted, Those who trespass into the throne room, die. Make them pout. Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf grinned and waved its paw. The 8 people immediately flew out of the throne room and rolled on the ground. They were in a sorry state. So strong. Seeing this scene, not only the civil and military officials, but also the emperor was shocked. Father, it's them. Qin Li immediately ran to the emperor and said. Yes, your majesty, it's them who injured my son. Yang Wuho also angrily pointed at Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang glanced at the emperor, then turned to Yang Wuho and asked, You're Yang Xiaochuan's father? That's right. Yang Wuho nodded. I was just about to look for you, but you jumped out yourself. Qin Feiyang said indifferently and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Give him a slap. Slap. The white-eyed wolf took a step forward and slapped Yang Wuho's face with its paw. Yang Wuho wanted to dodge, but found that he couldn't. The opponent's speed was so fast that he couldn't catch it. Bang! Immediately, Yang Wuho also fell to the ground. His teeth also fell to the ground and blood flowed out. Impudent! How dare you beat up the martial marquis in the throne room? Men, take him down! The head eunuch shouted. The 8 Kirin army ran in again, but they surrounded Qin Feiyang and the others and didn't dare to make a move. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the head eunuch. After so many years, the head eunuch still hasn't changed. Who are you? Why did you speak so arrogantly last night, and why did you force your way into the throne room today? The emperor looked down at Qin Feiyang, and an emperor's aura gradually filled the air. Qin Feiyang looked at the emperor with a smile in his eyes and was about to speak. Qin Li took the lead and said, "Father, why are you talking nonsense with such a crazy person? Just behead him." "Behead me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes. Offending the bloodline of the Qin family is a capital offense." Qin Li nodded and stared coldly at Qin Feiyang. "Offending is a capital offense." Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. "How come I didn't know there was such a rule?" Qin Li said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are to know?" "Who do I think I am?" Qin Feiyang muttered. He suddenly raised his arm and made a grabbing motion in the air. Qin Li immediately cried out in surprise and flew uncontrollably towards Qin Feiyang. "You dare to attack His Highness?" The civil and military officials were shocked. The eyes of the emperor, who was sitting at the top, were also filled with anger. "I advise you all to sit down obediently. Otherwise, if things get out of hand, there will be no way to clean up the mess," White-Eyed Wolf said lightly. At the same time, Qin Li flew in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed his neck and said, "The Qin clan has a descendant like you, it's really sad." His eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. Seeing this, Lu Xiaofei hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Uncle, you have to calm down." Qin Feiyang glanced at him and looked at Qin Li again. At this moment, Qin Li's face was full of fear. Not to mention other things, Qin Feiyang's murderous eyes made him feel despair. Humph! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang coldly snorted and casually threw Qin Li away. Qin Li immediately flew out and hit a stone pillar next to him. He immediately felt dizzy and blood gushed out. "It seems that you really don't have the heart to do it." White-Eyed Wolf shook his head. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He glanced at the civil and military officials who were silent like cicadas in winter and walked towards the emperor step by step. "What do you want to do?" "Quickly protect the emperor, protect the emperor." The chief eunuch stood in front of the emperor and shouted at the 8 Kirin army. Seeing this, the 8 Kirin army braced themselves and charged towards Qin Feiyang. However, they were sent flying by the White-Eyed Wolf's claw. Swish! Suddenly, a figure descended in front of the emperor. It was a middle-aged man who exuded an extremely powerful aura. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This face, this figure, wasn't it Li Jian? Back then, Li Jian and Zhu Zheng followed Qin Feiyang together. But later, Zhu Zhang was killed. And during the battle with the demon ancestor, Li Jian also made a great contribution. Back then, when Qin Feiyang went to the ancient world, Li Jian chose to stay in the Great Qin. But he didn't expect this guy to stay in the imperial palace. And now, his cultivation is also at the early stage of War God. Chapter 2763. Qin Feiyang still had a deep impression of Li Jian. Because the first person to comprehend the mysteries of becoming a god was Li Jian. Now that Li Jian stayed in the imperial palace, he was undoubtedly the guardian of the great Qin Empire. However, Qin Feiyang felt a little regretful about Zhu Zheng's death. It was not because Zhu Zheng was powerful, but because Zhu Zheng and Li Jian were good friends. The reason why Li Jian worked so hard was to avenge Zhu Zheng. "Uncle Jian, kill him." Whether it was the civil and military officials or the chief eunuch, they were all relieved when they saw Li Jian. Qin Li even immediately roared. "The Qin clan is not something you can offend." Li Jian stepped forward and stared at Qin Feiyang with murderous intent in his eyes. "Then why are you protecting the Qin clan?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Because of one person," Li Jian said. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Needless to say, the person Li Jian was talking about was him. In other words, It was because of him that Li Jian stayed in the Qin clan to protect the Qin clan. Boom. In the next moment, Li Jian slammed his palm toward Qin Feiyang, but he did not use his divine power. Because once he did, it would affect everyone in the imperial palace. Although your cultivation has improved a lot over the past few hundred years, you are still no match for me. Qin Feiyang shook his head, raised his arm, and pointed his index finger at Li Jian's palm. Immediately, Li Jian's arm stopped in mid-air, unable to move an inch. What? Li Jian's expression changed. He blocked his palm with a single finger. Furthermore, it had completely nullified the power of his palm strike. What kind of power was this? What kind of technique was this? The emperor and the others were also dumbfounded. As one of the guardians of the great Qin Empire, he could not even do anything to a single finger. How big was the gap between their strength? Don't be presumptuous. Suddenly, along with a shout, another 4 figures rushed into the throne room. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked over, and a smile flashed in their eyes. They were all old acquaintances. Actually, it was an old man. It was Elder Qin, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. This old man was the true protector of Great Qin. Because he had always taken it upon himself to protect Great Qin, and whether it was in the past or now, that had never changed. Once, he went to the spiritual state alone and fought against the mermaid clan. The other 3 people were the Qin Sheng trio, who had been living in seclusion in the back mountain. After a few hundred years, the 3 of them seemed to have been reborn, looking hale and hearty. All of this came from their cultivation bases. In the past, when they were nearing the end of their lifespans, they had always been in a state of self-sealing, which was why they looked old and senile. But now, they had all broken through to the initial stage of the war god realm and their lifespans had been extended. Whether it was his body or his mind, he had become completely different from before. Great Qin's 5 guardian gods have all arrived. Brat, prepare to die. Yong Wuho stared at Qin Feiyang and roared. 5 guardian gods, quite awe-inspiring. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. At the same time, Li Jian, Elder Qin, and Qin Sheng looked at each other and charged towards Qin Feiyang at the same time. Uncle Wolf, the Lu siblings were a little nervous. Of course, they knew the strength of Li Jian and the other 4. They were all the top experts of Great Qin. It seems that you still don't understand the difference between the 9th heaven realm and the war god realm. Not to mention the 5 of them, even if there were 10,000 of them, they would only be killed in an instant. The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. Even 10,000 of them can be killed in an instant. The siblings were shocked. Was the difference between the 9th heaven realm and the war god realm really so big? In the blink of an eye, Li Jian and the other 4 had already arrived in front of Qin Feiyang. The surrounding civil and military officials all thought that Qin Feiyang would dodge or even escape. Especially Qin Li, whose face was full of a cold smile. But Qin Feiyang had no intention of dodging at all. He slowly raised his arm and pointed his finger. Li Jian, defeated. Another finger lightly tapped forward, and Old Man Qin was defeated. Qin Sheng, defeated. The other 2 were also defeated one after another. In front of Qin Feiyang, the 5 of them had no power to fight back at all. One must know. Qin Feiyang didn't even use 1/10,000th of his strength. Strong. The Lu siblings' hearts trembled. This was their uncle's strength. It was too powerful, simply invincible. Looking at the civil and military officials, the chief eunuch, Qin Li, everyone's eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. The 5 guardians were defeated so easily. The emperor's heart also sank. When did such a terrifying expert appear in the Great Qin? Needless to say, Li Jian and the other 4. Having personally experienced Qin Feiyang's strength, they knew how terrifying Qin Feiyang's strength was. It was no exaggeration to say that if Qin Feiyang wanted to kill them, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. Greetings, senior. The 5 of them looked at each other and bowed together. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He also bowed and said, I can't accept this. Instead, I should thank you. Huh. The 5 of them were shocked. What did he mean? Thank you for protecting the Great Qin for me. Qin Feiyang bowed. What? The five of them looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. The emperor, the chief eunuch, the civil and military officials, and Qin Li also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Protect the great Qin for him? This person must be stupid. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked up at the emperor, and knelt on the ground with a plop. He said, "Unfilial son Qin Feiyang greets father." What? Unfilial son Qin Feiyang? Then, isn't he? The eyes of the people in the hall suddenly trembled. In their minds, a figure appeared at the same time. Although hundreds of years had passed, the civil and military officials had not changed. After all, they were all cultivators. Although their cultivation was weaker, it was not a problem for them to live for thousands of years. Therefore, the people in the hall, except for Qin Li and Lu Xiaofei, had all witnessed the rise of Qin Feiyang with their own eyes. Naturally, they knew more about Qin Feiyang's means than Qin Li and Lu Xiaofei. Feiyang. The emperor's eyes also trembled slightly as he looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took out a facial restoration pill and put it in his mouth. Soon, his true appearance was restored. Feiyang. The emperor's body suddenly stiffened. Li Jian and the other five also looked at Qin Feiyang's face in a daze. This face, subordinate Li Jian greets young lord. The next moment, Li Jian knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and said respectfully, "Da." Although her tone was sonorous and forceful, there were still drops of tears dripping onto the ground. "Welcome back, Your Highness." Old Qin and the other two came back to their senses and knelt on one knee, crying tears of joy. "Young lord, Your Highness." The civil and military officials looked at Li Jian, Old Qin, and the other three in shock. Qin Li did not know, but they knew that the young lord that Li Jian mentioned was only one person. Qin Feiyang. There was only one person who could make Old Qin and the other three kneel on one knee and respectfully call him Your Highness. Qin Feiyang. Is it really him? The civil and military officials looked at Qin Feiyang's back and wanted to go forward to confirm, but no one dared to take a step forward. Qin Feiyang. At this moment, Qin Li was also in a state of confusion. He did not expect that this person was actually his biological brother. He could not help but panic in his heart. Although he was very unfamiliar with this big brother of his, he had heard rumors about this big brother of his since he was a child. The emperor also finally came back to his senses and hurriedly walked to Qin Feiyang, squatted on the ground, and looked at Qin Feiyang's face. It really was this child. His back, at this moment. The emperor could not help but roar in his heart, and tears welled up in his eyes. He quickly reached out and pulled Qin Feiyang, saying, "Child, get up, let me take a good look at you." "Father." Qin Feiyang slowly got up and looked at his father's face. "It really is my son. Except for his cultivation, he's still the same as before. There's no change at all." The emperor looked at Qin Feiyang for a moment and hugged him tightly. "It really is him." Yang Wuho looked at this scene and collapsed on the ground, his face full of horror. This unfilial son, of all people, had to provoke this man. Was this man someone small characters like them could afford to offend? Although Marquis Wu had supreme status and authority in the great Qin Empire, in front of Qin Feiyang, all of this was nothing. Wuho! In front of this man, as long as he said a word, he would be instantly destroyed. Cough cough. The head eunuch looked at Qin Feiyang, walked to the front of the emperor, and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, Wuho and the ministers are still here." The emperor was slightly stunned. Looking at the civil and military officials below, he was so excited that he forgot about these people. "What are you all still doing here?" The emperor let go of Qin Feiyang and looked at the group of people with a frown. "How insensible. Didn't you see the father and son reunion? Still standing there, ruining the atmosphere." Yes. We will take our leave." The civil and military officials also reacted, hurriedly bowed, and then turned to leave. "Wait." Qin Feiyang suddenly spoke. The civil and military officials' bodies stiffened, and they turned to face Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also turned to look at the group of people. It's him. At that moment, everyone lowered their heads, silent like cicadas in winter. When Qin Li saw Qin Feiyang's face, His body trembled violently. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Qin Li greets, stop." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Seeing this, Qin Li looked even more flustered. Qin Feiyang said, "I am not qualified to be your brother. I'm sorry." Qin Li hurriedly lowered his head, his face pale. The emperor looked at Qin Li, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Feiyang, this should be just a misunderstanding. Father, yesterday morning, I had already returned to the imperial city, but do you know why I did not return to the imperial palace immediately?" Qin Feiyang said. "Why?" The emperor was suspicious. Qin Feiyang was about to speak, but seeing Li Jian and the others still kneeling on the ground, he smiled and said, "Get up quickly." "Yes." The 5 of them responded, got up, and looked at Qin Feiyang, their faces full of smiles. "I have to deal with some things first, we can catch up later," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Go ahead." Old Qin smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang looked at the emperor and said, "I did not return to the imperial palace immediately, I just wanted to see how the great Qin Empire has changed after hundreds of years. Is it as good as I imagined?" The emperor nodded in realization and asked, "What's the result?" Chapter 2764. In the end, Qin Feiyang murmured. He looked down at the officials and shouted, "In the end, I am very disappointed." The officials, who had always been high and mighty, did not even dare to breathe loudly at this moment. Qin Feiyang said, "I believe that everyone here knows about the calamity that happened a few hundred years ago." Everyone was silent. Qin Feiyang said, "If your memory is too bad, I can help you recall." "No need, no need. We all remember, we all remember." Everyone hurriedly spoke. "The great Qin Empire was protected by my friends and brothers with our lives. Otherwise, would you still have the chance to live like a prince?" Qin Feiyang shouted. "Yes. Your Highness' contribution to the great Qin Empire will always be remembered in our hearts. We have always been grateful to your Highness and to everyone in that battle." One of the marquises said, "Do I look like an idiot to you?" Qin Feiyang looked at that marquis. "Your Highness, please forgive us." That marquis quickly knelt on the ground. "If you were truly grateful, would you have secretly formed factions? If you were truly grateful, would you have helped the princes fight for fame and fortune? This is how you repay me." Qin Feiyang shouted. Plop. Upon hearing these words, all of the officials fell to their knees in fear. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Li and shouted, "And you, kneel." Qin Li's gaze trembled and he could not help but look at the emperor. The emperor looked at Qin Li and sighed inwardly, "From now on, everything will be decided by Qin Feiyang." The meaning of this sentence was very clear. Whoever did not listen would be defying the emperor's authority. Qin Li's face became paler and paler as he knelt on the ground powerlessly. Qin Feiyang glanced at Qin Li, then swept his gaze over the civil and military officials. "I originally thought that after that calamity, the people of the great Qin Empire would put aside their selfish desires and truly unite. But now it seems that I was really wrong. How long has it been since the calamity? I think it's only been a few hundred years." He can't help but start stirring up trouble again. Other than Elder Qin and the others, no one else is qualified to say the word gratitude. Because they are the ones who are truly selflessly contributing to great Qin. And you so-called marquises and ministers are a bunch of vermin of my great Qin. With you here, great Qin will fall sooner or later. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The civil and military officials trembled in fear. What was His Highness planning to do? Qin Feiyang looked around at everyone and said, "Therefore, I declare that from today onwards, all martial marquis positions will be abolished." What? All the martial lords suddenly raised their heads, looking at Qin Feiyang. The emperor, old Qin, Qin Feiyang, and Lu Xiaofei and his sister all looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Depose Wu Hu. This was something that had never happened in the history of the great Qin dynasty. This was because the titles of the marquises were personally conferred by the previous emperor, and were passed down from generation to generation. Dethroning a marquis was tantamount to going against the previous emperor's imperial edict. "I know, you must want to use your ancestors to pressure me. But I'm sorry, my ancestors are still alive, and this time when I return, I will report this matter to my ancestors." Qin Feiyang said lightly. What? The previous emperor is still alive? Everyone was shocked. Feiyang, is this true? The emperor, old Qin, and Qin Feiyang immediately asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Still alive, the emperor and the others couldn't calm down for a long time. Your Majesty. Don't believe it, after all, this is only His Highness's side of the story. Let's talk about it later. The Great Qin Empire was built together with the ancestors of the various martial marquises and the previous emperor. It is also because of this that the previous emperor personally conferred the title of Marquis, in order to take care of us, the descendants of meritorious officials. Your Majesty, we are all descendants of meritorious officials, we can't let people be disappointed. All the marquises looked at the emperor and cried out. The emperor frowned, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, Feiyang, this is indeed a lack of consideration. Father, if you don't make a decision, you will suffer. Do you want the next Zhuge family to appear? Qin Feiyang said. As soon as he heard the Zhuge family, a trace of killing intent flashed in the emperor's eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at the marquises and said, if you can play your part and live like a prince, why would I treat you like this? But unfortunately, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. The ancestors did indeed give you the title of Marquis to take care of you, the descendants of meritorious officials. But what about you? All these years, what have you done? Relying on the death exemption token given to you by the ancestors, you took bribes, perverted the law, and connived with your descendants to bully men and women. What qualifications do you have to continue to be the marquises of the Great Qin dynasty? As for what can't let people be disappointed? That's ridiculous. The Great Qin dynasty has protected you for more than 10,000 years. No matter how big the favor is, no matter how big the contribution, it should be paid off. Don't tell me, we have to protect you for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. I believe that even your ancestors will agree with my decision when they see what you are doing now. Dethroning the Marquis position is not negotiable. Chief, draft the decree immediately. Qin Feiyang shouted. The chief eunuch looked at the emperor. The emperor took a deep breath, returned to the dragon throne, and said indifferently, do it. Yes. The chief eunuch respectfully replied. Your Majesty, you can't. The marquises were burning with anxiety. If they were really dethroned from their marquis position, then what difference would there be between them and the ordinary people below? Then all the glory, all the power, they would no longer exist. We have said that we will listen to Qin Feiyang. What he said is the imperial edict. The emperor said expressionlessly, Your Highness, we won't dare to do it again. In the future, we will be down to earth and dutiful. Please give us another chance. The marquises looked at Qin Feiyang again, begging with snot and tears. To tell you the truth, back then, I had the idea of dethroning the marquis position. It was because your ancestors were all heroes of the founding of the country that I let you go. But I didn't expect that you still don't repent. What? You all want to control the government? Then do you want me to give the Great Qin to you? Qin Feiyang said. We don't dare, Your Highness, this is the last time, I beg you. We promise that in the future, we will know our place and not participate in any prince's disputes, the group of people cried out in despair. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear, turned to the chief eunuch, and said, Is it done? Yes. The chief eunuch nodded his head repeatedly, holding the golden imperial edict, he walked in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at it, and said, Read it to them. Yes. The chief eunuch respectfully replied, lowering his head to look at the imperial edict. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees that today, all the marquises will be dethroned from their positions and reduced to commoners. If there are any rebels, those who disobey will be exterminated. The moment the imperial edict came out, all the marquises collapsed to the ground. Gone. Everything was gone. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze across the group of people, and said indifferently, Of course, my Great Qin is not someone who does not care about old friendships. Although you are no longer Marquis, you can stay in the imperial capital, but, at this point. Qin Feiyang changed the topic, with a monstrous killing intent, he said, If because of resentment, You secretly cause trouble and destroy my great Qin, then don't blame me, Qin Feiyang, for being merciless. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a wave of divine power appeared, pouncing towards Marquis Yang. Ah! With a mournful scream, Marquis Yang died without a corpse. Seeing this scene, everyone was scared out of their wits, especially Qin Li, who knelt on the ground, trembling. Was this Qin Feiyang's method? As soon as he came back, he dethroned all the Marquis and even killed Marquis Yang in front of everyone. Li Jian. Qin Feiyang looked around and shouted again. Your subordinate is here. Li Jian walked in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a golden sword appeared, and said, "This is a legendary level artifact. I will now officially bestow upon it the name of the dragon-slaying sword." Legendary level artifact. Li Jian, Old Man Qin and the others were startled. What level of artifact was this? Was it very strong? Now, I will give you the dragon-slaying sword. Remember, the dragon-slaying sword represents me, beheading the incapable ruler, beheading the rebellious minister. Qin Feiyang said. Subordinate accepts the order. Li Jian took the dragon-slaying sword. As my friend, as the guardian of my great Qin, you must help me protect the great Qin's mountains and rivers. If you discover that a minister has the intention to rebel in the future, or if you discover that some princes are secretly colluding with the various marquis, kill them all without mercy. Qin Feiyang glanced at Qin Li and said, "Yes." Li Jian also looked at Qin Li and nodded heavily, his entire body emitting a sharp aura. Good method. The white-eyed wolf whispered. This guy really had a trick up his sleeve. With a loyal subordinate like Li Jian and this dragon-slaying sword that could kill everything, he could completely crush the ambitions of the various princes and marquis. As long as these people did not stir up trouble, the great Qin would be able to maintain eternal peace. As expected, looking at Li Jian and the dragon-slaying sword, the group of ministers immediately became as obedient as lambs. Qin Li was also in extreme despair. Among these marquis, there were many people who supported him. Now that the various marquis had been dethroned, it was equivalent to turning everything he had painstakingly built up over the years into bubbles. There's one more thing. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and said to Li Jian, "Find Qin Haotian for me. If he doesn't come, cripple his cultivation." Yes. Li Jian did not ask anything and left with the dragon-slaying sword. "Feiyang, why are you looking for Haotian?" The emperor looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. "Feiyang, isn't crippling his cultivation too serious? Haotian has been quite obedient these years and has not made any mistakes. Moreover, he is very respectful to your mother." Old Qin and the others thought that Qin Feiyang was going to make a move on Qin Haotian, so they pleaded for Qin Haotian. "Don't worry, I won't hurt him." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Hearing this, Old Qin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. But thinking about it, it made sense. When Qin Haotian was still a child, Qin Feiyang did not hurt him, let alone now. After all, the current Qin Feiyang was so powerful that even they could only look up to him. How could a mere Qin Haotian be a threat to him? Chapter 2765. Uncle Jian, let go of me. I can walk by myself. Soon. A helpless voice sounded from outside. Then, Li Jian took Qin Haotian into the throne room. As soon as Qin Haotian entered the throne room, he found that the atmosphere was not right and immediately looked at the civil and military officials around him. What's going on? Greetings, father. Then, Qin Haotian looked at the emperor above. But when he saw Qin Feiyang next to the emperor, Qin Haotian's eyes suddenly trembled. Qin Feiyang was also looking at Qin Haotian. Sure enough, he had grown up. He was 1.8 meters tall, his eyes were like stars, his figure was tall and straight, and he was wearing a white robe. His thick black hair fluttered in the wind. His whole person exuded a mature and steady aura. If it wasn't for Li Jian, Qin Feiyang wouldn't have recognized this face. After all, when he left before, this Qin Haotian was just a kid. Long time no see. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's you, bastard, give me your life. Qin Haotian suddenly rushed toward Qin Feiyang. I know you hate me, but you don't have to pounce on me as soon as we meet. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. A wisp of divine power emerged and turned into a light curtain, blocking in front of him. Qin Haotian could no longer take half a step closer. I want to fight with you. Qin Haotian punched at the light, but there was no reaction at all. He then roared, you were not qualified when you were young, and now you are even less qualified. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I don't accept it. Qin Haotian roared. What can you do if you don't accept it? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Humph. I will surpass you sooner or later. Because I have also reached ancestral awakening. Qin Haotian snorted and had to give up helplessly. He couldn't even use a wisp of divine power. How could he fight Qin Feiyang? Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Qin Feiyang nodded. Humph. Qin Haotian turned around and left. Wait. Qin Feiyang said. What? Qin Haotian stopped and asked without turning his head. Of course not. I don't think you're that weak. Qin Feiyang said lightly. It's good that you know. I'm stronger than you think. Qin Haotian said. Qin Feiyang said, if that's the case, then accept the decree. Receive the edict. Qin Haotian was stunned. He turned around and looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, from now on, you are the crown prince of the great Qin, the future emperor. What? Qin Haotian's expression froze. The gaze of Qin Li, who was kneeling at the side, also slightly trembled. The emperor, Qin Feiyang, elder Qin, and Qin Sheng, as well as those ministers, all looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Crown Prince was conferred just like that. And it was the White Sky Prince who was conferred the title. Who didn't know that the White Sky Prince had a grudge against Qin Feiyang? This Qin Feiyang was too generous. He actually gave the throne to the White Sky Prince just like that. Qin Haotian looked at the emperor and asked suspiciously, Father, is this your idea? The emperor came back to his senses and transmitted his voice. Feiyang, you know your father's thoughts. In your father's heart, you are the most suitable successor to the throne. It is also because of this that I have not conferred Haotian as the crown prince. But father, you also know what I think. My ambition lies elsewhere. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Sigh. The emperor sighed secretly and said helplessly, then do as you wish. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Haotian and said, why aren't you accepting the order? Do I have to accept the order just because you want me to? Give you so much face. Besides, I'm not interested. Find someone else. Doesn't Qin Li want it very much? Just give it to him. Qin Haotian said. Give it to me. Qin Li, who was kneeling on the ground, was stunned. Then, he raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Qin Feiyang glanced at Qin Li and said to Qin Haotian, he's not suitable. How am I not suitable? Qin Li said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, if I say you're not suitable, then you're not suitable. Aren't you looking down on me? You're my big brother. We're brothers. As for Qin Haotian, he's just, Qin Li said angrily. Shut up. Without waiting for Qin Li to finish, Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. At the same time, Qin Haotian also looked at Qin Li, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, are you trying to say that Qin Haotian is not born from the same mother as us? That's how it is. Qin Li snorted coldly. The emperor was also furious when he heard this and shouted, you still dare to say it? Qin Li lowered his head, feeling wronged. It was the truth. Why couldn't he say it? Haotian, don't think too much. Whether it's Feiyang or you, you're all my children. The emperor looked at Qin Haotian and smiled. It doesn't matter. Qin Haotian shrugged and said indifferently, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Since you've received the decree, then take your leave. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Haotian said angrily, I said, I'm not interested. Don't you understand? Qin Feiyang said, then I'm not interested either. What should I do? How would I know? If it really doesn't work, just go to the street and pull someone over. I believe they'll be happy to inherit the throne. Qin Haotian said angrily. You're getting more and more outrageous, aren't you? The emperor's face darkened. Go to the street and pull someone over. Is this what a prince should say? His heart was also full of helplessness. Qin Feiyang, whom he admired the most, had no interest in the throne at all. Fine then. He'll pass the throne to Haotian. After all, Qin Haotian's bloodline power had also returned to its ancestral state, and his temperament was not bad. In the end, even Qin Haotian was not interested. What was going on? Why was the throne, which was supreme in the eyes of others, so worthless in the eyes of these two children? No. That was simply disdain. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Haotian and said, "So, you're just determined not to take the throne?" "Yes." Qin Haotian nodded. "Come with me." Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed at the entrance of the throne room. He spoke without turning his head and walked towards a corner at the side. Qin Haotian looked at Qin Feiyang's back and hesitated for a while, but in the end, he still followed. "Do you know why I made you the crown prince of Great Qin now?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at Qin Haotian and said, "No matter why, I'm not interested." Qin Haotian shook his head. "What about father? Aren't you just concerned about him?" Qin Feiyang asked. "What do you mean by that? Me becoming the crown prince doesn't seem to have a direct relationship with my concern for father, right?" Jiang Haotian frowned. "Wrong. Don't you see the current situation clearly? Take Qin Li for example, he's eyeing the throne covetously. If we continue to destroy his thoughts, who knows what crazy things he'll do. Perhaps in the end, he'll end up like the first prince, the state teacher, and Zhuge Mingyang. Say, if it really comes to that, who do you think will be the most upset about it?" "Father, of course." Qin Feiyang sighed. Qin Haotian frowned and said, "Aren't you back now? It seems that you're more intimidating than me." Qin Feiyang said, "I'm back now, but I'll still leave." "Still leave?" Qin Haotian was taken aback. "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then what are you going to do?" Qin Haotian was suspicious. "What I'm going to do is more important than protecting Great Qin. And it's hard to predict whether I'll live or die. It's very likely that this will be the last time we meet." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "It's better to die outside." Qin Haotian snorted coldly. "Fine, I'll try to fulfill your wish and try to die outside." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Fut." Hearing this, Qin Haotian couldn't help but laugh. "That's right. You should smile more often, don't keep a straight face all day." Qin Feiyang said. "Who's smiling with you?" Qin Haotian snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, "You're the third person to awaken the purple gold dragon blood other than me and my ancestors. I believe you have the ability to protect Great Qin." "I'm really not interested." Qin Haotian's face was full of helplessness. "I'm not letting you inherit the throne immediately, I'm just letting you be the crown prince first and cut off the thoughts of others. In the future, if you feel that there's someone more suitable and reliable than you can give it to him. I really don't want Qin Li and the others to continue causing trouble like this. Not only will it destroy the relationship between brothers, but it will also directly affect the foundation and fate of Great Qin. After all, Great Qin is not only the blood and sweat of my ancestors, but also something I want to protect." Qin Feiyang said. Qin Haotian was silent. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, "How about this, if you agree to be the crown prince, I'll also agree to one of your requests." "Request?" Qin Haotian was stunned. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Any request?" "En." Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Haotian said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll let you die?" Qin Feiyang said, "I believe you won't make such a request. I didn't expect that the person who understands me the most would be you, an enemy I haven't seen for hundreds of years." Qin Haotian coldly snorted. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "Whether it's an enemy or a brother, it's all for Great Qin. Fine. If you agree to fight with me, I'll agree to be the crown prince." Qin Haotian thought for a while and nodded. "Fight with me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. This kid must be dreaming. "Do you think I'm stupid?" "Of course, you'll suppress your cultivation and fight with me fairly," Qin Haotian said. "A fair fight," Qin Feiyang murmured. "What? You don't dare?" Qin Haotian sneered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a faint smile, "Your request made me involuntarily recall the battle with my father back then. I've heard of that battle. In the end, you won, so I'll definitely be able to defeat you now. The new generation excels the old. Qin Haotian clenched his hands and said firmly. You're so confident. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Qin Haotian for a while and nodded. All right, I agree. You can choose the time. Okay. When the time comes, I'll come find you. After Qin Haotian finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the throne room. After taking a few steps, he turned back to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Remember, I agreed to become crown prince not for you, but for father. As long as you agree, anything is fine. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and also walked toward the throne room. A simple conversation was enough for him to get to know this little brother he hadn't seen for hundreds of years. Apart from his hatred for him, everything else was good. He would definitely be a wise ruler in the future. Chapter 2766. Inside the palace, the emperor sat on the dragon throne with a smile on his face. Regardless of whether Qin Feiyang wanted to leave or not, he was very happy that this child could come back. Li Jian, old Qin, and Qin Sheng were also beaming with joy. For Qin Li, this was a very inconceivable thing. Because after being together for so long, this was the first time he saw them laughing so happily. But Qin Li, the ministers below, and the dethroned marquises didn't look so good. Especially Qin Li and the marquises. For those ministers, at most, they were afraid of Qin Feiyang. But Qin Li was different from the marquises. The marquises were dethroned, and their status and power were no longer there, and they were reduced to ordinary people. For them, this was undoubtedly a disaster. And Qin Li had ambition in his stomach. If Qin Haotian really agreed to be the crown prince of Great Qin, it would be tantamount to completely destroying all his hopes. Because Qin Haotian himself was very outstanding, and was the most capable and the strongest among all the current princes. Of course. This didn't include Qin Feiyang. After all, Qin Feiyang wasn't in the imperial capital before. And most importantly, Qin Haotian's bloodline was atavistic, and he had the rare purple-gold dragon blood in the world. No matter how one looked at it, Qin Li didn't have the qualifications to compete with Qin Haotian. In the past. It was also because he knew that Qin Haotian had no interest in the throne, so Qin Li painstakingly planned. But if the ancestor, Qin Haotian, changed his mind, then he really couldn't do anything. Especially behind Qin Haotian, there was Qin Feiyang, this terrifying existence. Although they were blood brothers, Qin Feiyang's power in the palace left an indelible shadow in Qin Li's heart. Dethroning a marquis, killing Marquis Yang in public, and bestowing Li Jian the dragon-slaying sword, beheading incapable rulers and rebellious ministers. These things, in Qin Feiyang's eyes, were just small things. But in Qin Li's eyes, each of them was an earth-shattering event. Da. Accompanied by a series of footsteps, Qin Haotian and Qin Feiyang returned to the Golden Yuan Palace one after another. Whoosh. Immediately, everyone looked at the two of them. Qin Feiyang walked to the emperor's side and glanced at the officials below. He looked at Qin Haotian and said with a smile, "Receive the decree." Who? Qin Haotian took a deep breath and knelt in the center of the hall. He looked at the emperor and said, "This son accepts the decree." The emperor was stunned. Agreed. It's over. It's completely over. Qin Li, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately collapsed when he heard Qin Haotian's words. His last hope was dashed. The emperor sent his voice. "Feiyang, what did you say to him?" "It's nothing much. I'm just trying to persuade them with reason and move them with emotion." Qin Feiyang snickered. "All right. Although it wasn't you in the end, I've finally fulfilled one of my worries." The emperor nodded and looked at Qin Haotian. "Get up." "Thank you, father." Qin Haotian got up. The emperor turned to look at the chief eunuch and ordered, "Write a decree immediately and announce it to the world." "Yes." The chief eunuch nodded respectfully. The emperor then looked at the various martial marquises and said, "You have 3 days to move out of the inner city." "Your Majesty." The group of martial marquises still didn't give up. They looked at the emperor pitifully, hoping that the emperor could give them a way out. The emperor does not joke. Since the decree has been issued, There is no possibility of taking it back. However, I am also a person who cares about old friendships. I am in the first city district. I will grant each of you a mansion for you to enjoy the rest of your life." After the emperor finished speaking, he looked at the chief eunuch and said, "You take care of this matter." "As you wish." The chief eunuch nodded. Then, the emperor looked around and waved his hand. "Court is dismissed." "Court is dismissed," the chief eunuch exclaimed. "This humble subject will take his leave." The officials bowed and quickly left. It was as if they were afraid that Qin Feiyang would kill them. The various martial marquises also left with ashen faces. What should they do if they don't leave? If they continued to pester them, they would only anger Qin Feiyang. If Qin Feiyang was angry, he would massacre everyone. This kind of price was not something they could bear. "Qin Li, you also get up." The emperor looked at Qin Li again. "Thank you, father." Qin Li said gratefully and was about to get up. "Wait." Qin Feiyang said. Qin Li's body stiffened. The emperor's expression was also slightly stunned. He said in a low voice, "Feiyang, he is your younger brother after all." "I know. If he wasn't my younger brother, I would have killed him last night," Qin Feiyang said. When Qin Li heard this, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Li and said indifferently, "Do you still remember what you said last night? In any case, it's not something you lowly people can compare to. In your eyes, are the people of Great Qin all lowly people?" Qin Li hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't tell me, it was just a slip of the tongue." "It was a slip of the tongue," Qin Li hurriedly said. "There's a saying that has been passed down since ancient times. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. If Great Qin is compared to a boat, then the millions of people are the water. And it's a torrent. They can make Great Qin float on the water, but they can also make Great Qin sink to the bottom. The people are the foundation of a country. As a prince of Great Qin, don't you know such a simple principle?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. I'm sorry." Qin Li knelt there, trembling. "If sorry is useful, then what's the use of national laws and family rules? From now on, you will experience the life of a lowly person for me." "Li Jian," Qin Feiyang said. "This subordinate is here." Li Jian stepped forward. "Send him to the 9 great provinces. He is not allowed to return to the imperial capital for 5 years. No one is allowed to help him in secret, and he is not allowed to take anything from the imperial palace." Qin Feiyang shouted. "What?" Qin Li's body and mind trembled. "Yes." Li Jian nodded and walked in front of Qin Li, saying, "Let's go." "Uncle Jian, don't." Qin Li shook his head. Li Jian did not waste words. He picked up Qin Li and turned into a stream of light, flying out of the throne room and disappearing. The emperor retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Feiyang, you, father. I'm doing it for his own good. With his personality, if he doesn't suffer, something big will happen sooner or later. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that blood is thicker than water, I wouldn't even bother with him." Qin Feiyang said. Sigh. The emperor sighed deeply and blamed himself. "It's my fault. I didn't discipline him well. It wasn't easy for you to come back, but I made you worry. So many brothers and sisters, you can't take care of them all. But then again, father, you're really old but vigorous. You gave birth to so many in just a few hundred years." Qin Feiyang chuckled. Elder Qin and the others next to him couldn't help but laugh. The emperor's face twitched. He stared at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "Are you asking for a beating? How dare you laugh at your father?" No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. The emperor rolled his eyes at him and looked at the white-eyed wolf and Lu Xiaofei, asking suspiciously, "They are?" "Grandpa, it's us." Lu Xiaojia giggled and took a facial restoration pill. "Xiaofei? Xiaojia?" The emperor was stunned and laughed heartily. "So it's you." It was obvious that he loved the siblings very much. "What about him?" Qin Sheng and the others looked at the white-eyed wolf. "You can't even recognize me. It seems that you people are terminally ill and incurable." The white-eyed wolf shook his head and changed. "It's you." Looking at the white-eyed wolf's real body, the emperor and the others were stunned. The white-eyed wolf said proudly, "Who else can be so powerful except for me?" They smiled bitterly. His shameless character hadn't changed at all. The emperor turned to Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Why are Xiaofei and Xiaojia with you?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I came back the day before yesterday and stayed at the Lu family for a day." "I see." The emperor nodded and then said with a smile, "Then let's go. Your mother will be shocked when she sees you." "Your Majesty, Your Highness, we won't disturb your family reunion." Elder Qin smiled. Qin Feiyang was speechless and said, "What do you mean by disturb? You are also our family." Elder Qin and the others were stunned and couldn't help but laugh, their faces full of relief. Although this child's strength was so strong that they could only look up to him, his character didn't change at all. "How about this? Let's go and see your mother first. I'll set up a banquet tonight and invite Elder Qin and the others to come and welcome you." The emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then let's go." The emperor said. "Come tonight, let's have a few drinks." Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Qin and the others and said with a smile, "Sure, sure." The four nodded. In the depths of the imperial palace, there was a building that stood out from the rest. From top to bottom, the imperial palace was practically filled with glorious and imposing palaces. But this was a courtyard. The courtyard was not big, 2 stories high, and had an antique atmosphere. It was surrounded by a garden, where hundreds of flowers were blooming and the fragrance was overwhelming. A secluded path, winding and roundabout, ran through the entire garden. On both sides of the path, there were many green small beasts swaying in the wind, exuding endless vitality. And everywhere in the imperial palace, there was basically a guard every 3 steps and a sentinel every 7 steps. But there was not a single guard here. At this moment, there was a pleasant zither sound in the garden. The zither sound came from a pavilion in the garden. A woman in white was sitting in the pavilion, playing the zither with both hands. Behind the woman stood 2 maidservants who were in their late 20s. Their eyes were blurred, as if they were intoxicated by the beautiful zither sound. A moment later, the song ended. "Your Highness, I'll never get tired of listening to your zither sound. It's comparable to the sound of nature." "Yes. But there's a trace of longing in this zither sound. Are you thinking of His Highness again?" The 2 maidservants went forward and poured tea while asking with a smile. "That's right. This woman in white was Qin Feiyang's mother, Lu Qiuyu." Sigh. Lu Qiuyu sighed and said worriedly, "It's been hundreds of years. I wonder how Feiyang is now. Heaven helps the worthy. Although we haven't seen His Highness with our own eyes, His Highness has done so much for the great Qin. He will definitely be rewarded." The 2 maidservants comforted her. Chapter 2767. "I hope so." Lu Qiuyu smiled and said, "By the way, Li Er was in the 1st district last night. Did something happen?" "I really can't hide anything from you, Empress. Something big did happen in the 1st district last night. We were just about to report it to you." The 2 maids said. "Say it." Lu Qiuyu said. One of the maids said, 16th Prince seems to have been." Halfway through her words, the other maid suddenly seemed to have discovered something. She pointed to the entrance of the garden and exclaimed, "Empress, look." Lu Qiuyu and the maid were stunned and looked up. At that moment, Lu Qiuyu stood up and stared at the entrance, her face full of disbelief. At the entrance, there were 4 people and a wolf. It was Qin Feiyang, the emperor, the white-eyed wolf, and Lu Xiaofei. "Why is Feiyang here? Could it be that I miss him too much and have an illusion?" Lu Qiuyu muttered. At the same time, Qin Feiyang looked at the garden curiously and said, "Mother lives here now?" "Yes. Ever since that incident, your mother has been tired of everything. So father personally built this courtyard for your mother in the depths of the imperial palace. This place is also named after your mother. Autumn Rain Pavilion." The emperor smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Autumn Rain Pavilion is quite good. What about you, father?" "Nonsense. Your mother and I are husband and wife. We definitely live together." The emperor rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang asked, What about the other concubines? What's wrong with you, child? Making fun of your father? The emperor said angrily. This is the truth. Who doesn't know that the emperor has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards and has many wives and concubines? Qin Feiyang said. The more you talk, the more excited you get. The emperor frowned. Okay. I won't say it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The emperor shook his head and smiled. It's true that I have many wives and concubines, but I only love your mother. Haha, you should say this in front of mother. It will be more effective. Qin Feiyang teased. Bastard. The emperor rolled his eyes and glanced at the garden. Your mother is there, looking at you. Qin Feiyang looked over, and when he saw Lu Qiuyu standing in the pavilion, his eyes trembled slightly. Mother, his greatest wish after returning from the divine sight was to take a good look at his mother. Now that he was finally able to see her, he was unable to control his emotions. Tap tap. He quickly walked to the front of the pavilion and knelt on the ground. Your child pays his respects to mother. Feiyang, Lu Qiuyu seemed to have lost her soul. She slowly walked to Qin Feiyang and sized up Qin Feiyang's face. She said, Feiyang, is that you? Mother, are you not dreaming? Mother, it's me. I'm back. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at that familiar and affectionate face and nodded. Qiuyu, you're not dreaming. Our child is really back. The emperor walked to the side and smiled. Really? Lu Qiuyu looked at the emperor. Yes. The emperor nodded. Lu Zhengyang looked at Qin Feiyang again, and his eyes were filled with tears. His Highness, he's exactly the same as the statue we saw. The 2 maids were also sizing up Qin Feiyang in amazement. Child, Lu Qiuyu could no longer control her emotions. She squatted on the ground and hugged Qin Feiyang, crying. Mother, drops of tears fell on his head. Qin Feiyang could not help but blame himself for making his mother cry again. Tears welled up in the emperor's eyes as he watched the scene unfold. Lu Qiuyu was his wife. Of course, he knew what Lu Qiuyu missed the most. That was Qin Feiyang. There were countless nights when she called Qin Feiyang's name even in her dreams. Now that the child was back, she could not control it. After a long time, Lu Qiuyu pulled Qin Feiyang up and said, Let mother take a good look at you. Qin Feiyang stood there obediently. Lu Qiuyu said, You've lost weight. You must have suffered a lot outside. Have I lost weight? I don't think so. The emperor muttered. He was as strong as an ox, but he did not dare to expose her. Lu Qiuyu turned to look at the 2 maids and said, Go and take out all the pastries. Okay. The 2 of them nodded and quickly ran to the attic next to them. After serving the empress for so long, this was the first time they saw the empress so excited. She was a little out of control. Feiyang, come, sit. Lu Qiuyu pulled Qin Feiyang into the pavilion. As for the emperor, White-Eyed Wolf, and Lu Xiaofei, they were completely ignored. They only had Qin Feiyang in their eyes. This made them very helpless. They could only enter the pavilion without being invited. Empress, the pastries are here. The 2 maids carried a total of 4 plates of pastries back to the pavilion and placed them on the table. Feiyang, these were all made by mother herself. Eat. Lu Qiuyu grabbed a piece of pastry and personally delivered it to Qin Feiyang's mouth. Mother, I'm not a child anymore. Qin Feiyang glanced at White-Eyed Wolf, the emperor, and the others and said with a red face. What are you talking about? In mother's eyes, you will always be a child. Lu Qiuyu said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and took a bite. That's right. This was made by mother herself. He would never forget this taste. Qiuyu, we have lived together for so many years, but we have never enjoyed this kind of treatment. The emperor said sourly. What are you talking about? Lu Qiuyu glared at the emperor. Lu Xiaofei laughed and said, Grandma, we have never enjoyed this kind of treatment either. Xiaofei? Lu Qiuyu was stunned. She looked at Lu Xiaofei and said, You are here too? Lu Xiaofei was stunned. Did they really treat them as air? Lu Xiaojia ran up and hugged Lu Qiuyu's arm. She said unhappily, Grandma, we have been standing here for a long time. You only noticed us now. This, Lu Qiuyu smiled awkwardly and said, "Little girl, I'm sorry." Hee hee. It's okay. Because we have long expected this to happen. Lu Xiaojia giggled. Lu Qiuyu rubbed Lu Xiaojia's head and looked at White-Eyed Wolf. White-Eyed Wolf rubbed his nose and said, "I don't mind. Do whatever you want." Lu Qiuyu suddenly laughed and handed the pastry in her hand to White-Eyed Wolf's mouth. She said with a smile, "You should try it too." "Ahem. I don't mind if you ignore me, but I mind this pastry very much. Look." Little Qinzi took a bite. "There are still teeth marks on it," White-Eyed Wolf said with a look of disdain. Ah. Only then did everyone realize that this was the pastry that Qin Feiyang had taken a bite of before. Lu Qiuyu became more and more embarrassed. She had really lost her composure. "Eat it or leave it." Qin Feiyang glared at White-Eyed Wolf, snatched the pastry from Lu Qiuyu's hand, and stuffed it into his mouth. He said, "Mother, don't worry about it. It has claws. If it wants to eat, it can take it by itself." What attitude! Think about it. Who has been by your side all these years? It's me. Do you understand? White-Eyed Wolf said angrily. Then he sat down at the table, grabbed a piece of pastry, and stuffed it into his mouth. Looking at White-Eyed Wolf's funny look, the two maids couldn't help but snicker at the side. Lu Qiuyu looked at Qin Feiyang and then at White-Eyed Wolf, and a smile appeared on her face. Although so many years had passed, the relationship between a man and a wolf had not changed at all. "Feiyang, when did you come back?" Lu Qiuyu sat opposite Qin Feiyang. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, took a piece of pastry, and handed it to Qin Feiyang and asked. Obviously. After being disturbed by everyone, his mood had calmed down. "I came back the day before yesterday. I stayed with Grandpa for a day," Qin Feiyang said. "I see." Lu Qiuyu nodded and asked, "Then only you came back?" Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and nodded. "Yes. You're being outrageous. No matter what, you have to bring my daughter-in-law back." Lu Zhengyang looked at Qin Feiyang unhappily. "Daughter-in-law?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "What's with your expression?" Lu Qiuyu looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and suddenly said, "You and Xiaoyu." No, we are very good." Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. "That's good. Xiaoyu is a good woman. You must not bully her." Lu Qiuyu said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, making him look like a heartless man. Wait. Suddenly, Lu Qiuyu's expression froze. She looked at Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf and said, "Only you came back. Then do you have to leave?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Why? Is it not good at home?" Lu Qiuyu said anxiously. "The children have grown up and have their own things to do. They can't be tied to us for the rest of their lives." The emperor smiled. "Shut up." Lu Qiuyu glared at him. The emperor smiled bitterly and sat aside obediently. The two maids were used to this scene. But if it was seen by outsiders, it would be incredible to the extreme. The emperor of Great Qin was actually so afraid of a woman. Of course. This was not fear, but love. "Mother, I don't want to leave you, but there are some things that I have to do. I promise that when everything is done, I will come back immediately and stay by your side." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Qiuyu frowned and said, "What do you have to do? Can't others do it?" "Others really can't, because they are not as capable as your son." Qin Feiyang laughed. It was rare for him to be narcissistic. Shameless. White-Eyed Wolf pursed his lips. "Can't you shut up when there is food?" Qin Feiyang glared at him. "Is it a crime to tell the truth?" "I don't think so," White-Eyed Wolf said. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. He looked at Lu Qiuyu again and said, "Mother, I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, I will be fine. Sigh. As your father said, you have grown up and can't be kept." "All right." Lu Qiuyu sighed and said with a smile, "As long as you can live well and don't forget us." "How can that be?" "No matter who I forget, I can't forget you all." Qin Feiyang smiled. Chapter 2768. The emperor smiled and said, "At least you still have some conscience." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Go and tell the imperial kitchen to prepare." I want to hold a family banquet in the Autumn Rain restaurant tonight. It must be completed before dark. Also, inform the princes and princesses. The emperor looked at the two maids and ordered. Yes. The two maids responded respectfully. Then, they turned around and left quickly. Father, mother, how many brothers and sisters have you given me? Qin Feiyang looked at the emperor and Lu Qiuyu curiously. Hearing this, the couple couldn't help but blush. White-eyed Wolf rolled his eyes and said with a sneaky smile, I have to admit that you're really amazing. You're both grandparents, but you still. The couple was even more embarrassed. Uncle Wolf. We don't agree with you. Can't we have more children after becoming grandparents? We'll talk about it again. Grandpa and Grandma are still so young, Lu Xiaofei said. Lu Qiuyu and the emperor were helpless. It was fine when Lu Xiaofei spoke up for them, but it was even more embarrassing when he spoke up for them. Young. In terms of age, they were all old antiques. However, in the path of cultivation, age was not the main point. For example, Qin Feiyang was already an antique in the eyes of others. The most important thing was that he was not married yet, let alone having children. By the time he got married and had children, the children of Lu Xiaofei and his sister would probably be adults. What exactly is there? Qin Feiyang was curious. The emperor said, didn't Lu Hong and the rest tell you that you're in the Lu family? No. They said that there's a big group. Qin Feiyang said. A big group. The emperor was speechless. This was too exaggerated. He said, you'll know when you see them tonight. Then I'm really looking forward to it. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Next, it was inevitable that they would ask about his well-being. However, Qin Feiyang didn't mention a word about the situation in the ancient world. Because he didn't want his family to worry about him. Noon. Lu Qiuyu personally cooked a table full of delicious dishes for Qin Feiyang. It felt good to be at home. Especially when she ate her mother's cooking, she felt an unprecedented sense of happiness and satisfaction. Afternoon. Lu Xiaofei and his sister stayed in the Autumn Rain Inn. Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf entered the mountain behind the palace. Hundreds of years had passed in the back of the mountain. Other than the flowers and trees, there was not much change. The Kirin army was guarding the entrance. When they saw Qin Feiyang, they were also shocked and doubtful. They even suspected that they were dreaming. In the deepest part of the back mountain, this was a place full of life. The vegetation was lush and the wildflowers were in full bloom. Clear rivers flowed from east to west, north to south like giant dragons. Furthermore, there were a lot of ferocious beasts here. Almost every ferocious beast had the cultivation of a battle emperor. However, they were very well behaved and quietly cultivated, making this place seem especially peaceful. Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf passed through the forest and soon heard the sound of a waterfall. After walking for a while, a giant mountain that was more than 10,000 feet high came into sight. Around the giant mountain, white mist lingered and auspicious beasts flew. A magnificent waterfall poured down from the top of the mountain and gathered at the foot of the mountain to form a lake that was about 1,000 feet long, connecting the surrounding rivers. On the surface of the lake, ripples were rippling and lotus leaves were standing. Beside the lake, there was an inconspicuous small courtyard. The courtyard was rather old. It was surrounded by a wooden fence that was more than a meter high. In the courtyard, other than a two-story building, there was also a flower garden, a vegetable garden, a pavilion, a stream. This place was filled with simplicity and a sense of tranquility. Moreover, in the middle of the lake, there was a stone platform. On the stone platform, there were 5 statues. Each statue was more than 3 meters tall and looked very lifelike. Among them, the statue in the center was the founding emperor of the Great Qin dynasty, Qin Batian. Behind them were Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen, and the current emperor. The last statue was Qin Feiyang. These 5 statues were personally created by Qin Feiyang, and this was also the place of inheritance that he created. Back then, the inheritances he left here were the eclipse of the sun and moon, the Guyuan sword technique, the ruins of the end, the divine dragon technique, and the most powerful divine art he had at that time, the divine dragon technique. As for the 3,000 incarnations, he hadn't completely controlled them at that time, so he couldn't leave them behind. Slave seal, puppet technique, considering various factors, he didn't leave them behind. As for the 6-word divine art, at that time, he had this thought, but perhaps because he hadn't fully comprehended the 6-word divine art, he didn't leave behind the inheritance. But even so, with the divine dragon technique, it was enough to benefit the future generations of the great Qin dynasty. At this moment, by the lake, 2 old men sat opposite each other. The 2 of them were drinking tea and playing chess. Their expressions were extremely leisurely and comfortable. The old man in black took a chess piece and placed it on the chessboard. He smiled and said, "Father, you can really hold it in. Otherwise what? Could it be that I'm like those young people, scrambling to find Fei Yang? At least I'm old, I can't afford to lose this person." The old man in white sitting opposite him shook his head and laughed. That's right. These 2 old men were Qin Fei Yang's great-grandfather and grandfather, Emperor Chen. The 2 of them had already heard from old Qin and the other 3 that Qin Fei Yang had returned. However, they were very calm and didn't take the initiative to look for Qin Fei Yang. Firstly, it was a matter of face. Secondly, they knew that Qin Fei Yang would come to see them. Grandfather, great-grandfather, your comfortable days are really enviable. Suddenly, a laugh came. Look, isn't he here? Hearing this voice, a smile suddenly appeared on Emperor Chen's face. He looked at Emperor Chen sitting opposite him and laughed. Emperor Chen also smiled slightly. Then, the 2 old men got up and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a man and a wolf slowly walking towards them on a small path not far away. This stinking brat is even calmer than us. Emperor Chen laughed and scolded. This is in line with his character. Emperor Hong shook his head and smiled. After a short while, Qin Fei Yang and the white-eyed wolf walked in front of the 2. Qin Fei Yang looked at the 2 old men for a while, smiled slightly, and bowed. Grandson pays respects to grandfather, great-grandfather. 2 old men, how are you? The white-eyed wolf also waved his paw and greeted. Old but strong, very good. Emperor Hong patted his chest hard, then pointed to the stone bench next to him and said with a smile, "Sit down." Okay. Qin Fei Yang sat on the side, looked at the chess game on the table, and then looked up at the stone platform in the middle of the lake. The white-eyed wolf kept looking at the chess game. What the hell was this? He couldn't understand it at all. You stinking brat, can't you be a little excited when you see grandfather and great-grandfather? Emperor Chen looked at Qin Fei Yang speechlessly. Didn't I learn this from you? The mentality is the most important. Qin Fei Yang smiled. Emperor Chen rolled his eyes at Qin Fei Yang and said with a smile, "Why do you want to come back?" Qin Fei Yang was a little surprised, looked at Emperor Chen, and asked curiously, "Grandfather, you seem to have known that I will leave. Isn't it simple? If you plan to stay at home, you will definitely bring our granddaughter-in-law to see us. But not now. What does this mean? It means that you just came back to see us temporarily." Emperor Chen smiled. Qin Fei Yang nodded in realization and said with a smile, "Grandfather's eyes are really sharp. Don't flatter me. Tell me, how long will you stay this time?" Emperor Chen said. "I don't know yet." Qin Fei Yang shook his head. "It's okay. Grandfather and great-grandfather are at home, you don't have to worry at all." Emperor Chen smiled. "Okay." Qin Fei Yang nodded, thought for a while, looked at the 2, and said, "I have found my ancestor." As soon as Emperor Chen and Emperor Hong heard this, their calm expressions immediately changed. Qin Batian was Emperor Hong's biological father, which meant he was Emperor Chen's grandfather. The 2 naturally cared about Qin Baishan's safety. Emperor Hong took a deep breath and asked, "How is father now?" "Very good." Qin Fei Yang nodded. "That's good. I thought I would never see him again in my life, but now it seems there is still hope." Emperor Hong smiled. "Yes. Next time, I will come back with my ancestor." Qin Fei Yang said. "Okay." Emperor Hong nodded and said with a smile, "It's good to come back, you can meet your brothers and sisters." Qin Fei Yang said, "I heard from grandfather that this is the idea of you 2. Or else. Counting on you and Hao Tian. Look at the 2 of you, None of you are married and have children. You don't have to say, after all, you are wandering outside, it's understandable. But Hao Tian is also one-track-minded. Every time I chat with him, he says that he is not interested in the throne and marriage. What can we do? We can't let our Qin clan's bloodline die in the hands of the two of you. Since we can't count on the two of you, we can only let your parents continue to work hard. So, you can't blame us, you can only blame yourselves. Emperor Hong smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. In the end, it was his and Qin Haotian's fault. Okay. You don't need to tell us about the situation of the ancient world. After all, even if we know, we can't help much. Just tell us, how have you been these years? Emperor Hong asked. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said with a smile, although there were many disasters, I survived. Good. You didn't let us down. The two nodded. When Qin Feiyang left, they had already thought that the problems that Qin Feiyang would face in the future would be more difficult than when he was in Great Qin. In their hearts, they were still worried. And now, seeing that Qin Feiyang came back alive, they were completely relieved. Qin Feiyang looked at the statue in the center of the lake again and asked curiously, Grandfather, great-grandfather, how many people have obtained the inheritance here in these years? Not many. And only one person has obtained the complete inheritance. Emperor Hong said. Qin Haotian? Qin Feiyang asked. En. Emperor Hong nodded and asked, I heard from old Qin that you have already met him in the throne room? Yes. Qin Feiyang replied. How do you feel? Emperor Hong asked with a smile. Very good. It's much better than I expected. Qin Feiyang smiled. Haotian is indeed very good in all aspects. If there is a chance in the future, teach him more. Emperor Hong said. I will. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then play 2 games with us. Emperor Hong pointed at the chessboard. This. I haven't played for a long time, I'm afraid of being laughed at by you. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. As the Prince of Great Qin, he naturally knew how to play chess, but since he was expelled from the imperial capital, he rarely touched it again. It's not a big deal, why would we laugh at you? Come on. Emperor Hong shook his head speechlessly. All right, I'll play a few games with you two elders. Qin Feiyang smiled. Next, in this quiet place, there was endless laughter, and it seemed incomparably harmonious. Chapter 2769. What did you say? Father is holding a banquet at the autumn rain inn tonight to welcome Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang? Isn't he my elder brother? In a magnificent palace, a young girl around the age of 13 or 14 looked at a maid beside her. That's right. His Highness is your elder brother. The maid said. When did he come back? The young girl was suspicious. Don't you know? His Highness came back yesterday. And this morning, he killed Marquis Yang in the throne room and deposed the other Marquis. I also heard that because Prince Li made a mistake, he was expelled from the imperial capital by His Highness and can't return for 5 years. The maid said softly. Is that powerful? The young girl was surprised. Princess, your elder brother is extraordinarily powerful. When you go to the autumn rain inn tonight, you must not be naughty, the maid said worriedly. I won't. The young girl giggled, but her eyes were rolling around. Welcome him at night. We've never enjoyed such treatment, let alone in the autumn rain inn. That's Mother's residence. It's hard for ordinary people to enter. In another palace, an imposing young man shook his head and said, After all, His Qin Feiyang, Your Highness, this old servant has something to say to appease your anger. Although His Majesty and Her Majesty have many children, the person they dote on the most is actually still Qin Feiyang. A eunuch standing by the side said, Why should I be angry? This is the truth. After all, my elder brother is the guardian of the Great Qin. No matter what, he's better than us. It's normal that father and mother dote on him. The young man said. Elder brother? The eunuch was stunned. He's the eldest son of our bloodline. It's understandable that we call him elder brother. The young man smiled. That's true. The eunuch nodded. He deposed a marquis and even expelled Qin Li from the imperial capital. My elder brother's methods are a little scary. Seems like I have to behave myself tonight. The young man muttered. Definitely. Furthermore, this old servant has a premonition that if your highness performs well, you might be able to obtain a great opportunity. The eunuch said with a smile. Opportunity, the young man murmured. When the princes and princesses received the news that they were going to attend the banquet at the Autumn Rain Inn, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Not to mention other things, just the various rumors about Qin Feiyang alone made them feel awe. Time flew by. Night fell. Pavilion of Autumn Rain. In the main hall of the attic. There were 2 mahogany dining tables and 20 mahogany chairs in the hall. Maids were walking in and out of the room, carrying dishes that smelled good and tasted good. Outside. There were lanterns hanging on both sides of the path and around the pavilions, illuminating the garden. The emperor, Lu Qiuyu, and Lu Xiaofei were all sitting in the pavilion, drinking tea and chatting. Laughter could be heard everywhere. Princess Yun has arrived. Accompanied by a cry, a woman in her 20s slowly walked into the garden. The maids that came with her stayed outside the garden. Princess Yun glanced in front of her. When she saw Lu Qiuyu and the others in the pavilion, she quickly walked over and bowed. Greetings to father and mother. You're here. Lu Qiuyu smiled. Princess Yun nodded and entered the pavilion. When she saw Lu Xiaofei and his sister, she smiled. You're here too. Auntie, you're getting more and more beautiful. Lu Xiaojia ran up and hugged Princess Yun's arm, looking very intimate. You have the sweetest mouth. Princess Yun pinched Lu Xiaojia's nose and looked around. Father, mother, where's big brother? He went to the back of the mountain to visit your grandfather and great-grandfather. He should be back soon. Lu Qiuyu smiled. Prince Xian has arrived. Another cry was heard. A young man in his 20s strode into the garden. Mother, father. The young man greeted Lu Qiuyu and the emperor from afar. Xian, come here. Lu Qiuyu was also full of smiles. Qin Xian ran to the pavilion and looked at Princess Yun. He grinned. Sister, you came earlier than me. Why are you in such a hurry to see big brother? Aren't you in a hurry too? Princess Yun laughed. Of course. After all, we all grew up hearing about big brother. Qin Xian chuckled. Princess Wan, Prince Ji has arrived. Along with a shout, a man and a woman entered the garden. The man was about 1.8 meters tall and the woman was about 1.7 meters tall. They wore luxurious clothes and a long skirt and had an extraordinary aura. Father, mother. The two entered the pavilion and bowed to Lu Qiuyu and the emperor. The couple nodded. Sister Yun, brother Xian, Xiaofei, Xiaojia. Princess Wan smiled and walked towards Princess Yun and the others. As for Prince Ji, he stood behind Lu Qiuyu with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. He didn't seem to care about anything around him. His face didn't seem to be smiling. Princess Yi, Prince Yi has arrived. Soon. 2 more people ran into the garden. Both of them were very young, about 13 or 14 years old. They looked quite cute as they walked. Mother, father, the 2 little ones ran over. One sat on Lu Qiuyu's lap, and the other sat in the emperor's arms. Xiaoyi, you are already so old. Why are you still sitting on father and mother's laps? What are you doing? Qin Xian walked forward and pinched their cheeks. Princess Yi giggled. What does it matter? There are no outsiders. As she said that, Princess Yi looked at Lu Xiaofei and his sister and said, Why aren't you coming over to greet your aunt? In your dreams. Lu Xiaofei pursed his lips. She was obviously younger than him, but she still acted like an old man. Prince Yi jumped down from the emperor's lap and ran in front of Lu Xiaofei. Brother Fei, women have long hair and short knowledge. Don't bother with her. Long hair, short knowledge? Princess Lu Yun, Princess Wan, and Lu Xiaojia all looked at Prince Yi unkindly. Lu Qiuyu also shook her head and laughed. Princess Yi also widened her eyes and looked at Prince Yi. Impudent. How dare you speak to your sister like that? Prince Yi said, Bullshit, you are clearly my sister. It's sister. Princess Yi said angrily. It's sister. Prince Yi picked his ear and said lightly. You. Princess Yi glared at Prince Yi and then looked at Lu Qiuyu. Mother, tell me, who was born first? Whether it's sister or sister, we are all family. What's there to fight about? Lu Qiuyu was helpless. Family, shouldn't there be a first come, first served rule? He was born later than me. Why should he call me sister? Princess Yi said aggrievedly. Well, you were born first. Lu Qiuyu smiled bitterly. Prince Yi looked at Lu Qiuyu with dissatisfaction and said, Mother, you didn't say that before. I was born first. Okay, aren't you guys annoying? Every time you meet, you fight about this. Qin Xian glared at the two little ones. If you are annoying, plug your ears. Princess Yi snorted coldly. That's right, I didn't ask you to listen. Prince Yi also glared at Qin Xian. Qin Xian was slightly stunned and immediately raised his arm and said, You two little ones, do you believe that I will beat you? Come on. If you dare to beat us, we will let mother and father beat you. The two of them were not afraid at all. They ran into the arms of the emperor and Lu Qiuyu and looked at Qin Xian provocatively. Qin Xian's face darkened. Haha, what a pair of clever little brats. Following a burst of laughter, Li Jian, old Qin, and Qin Sheng slowly walked toward them. Seeing the 5 people coming, Qin Xian, Princess Yun, Princess Wan, Prince Ji, and the two little ones immediately stepped forward and bowed. Elder Qin nodded, rubbed the two little ones' heads, and said with a smile, Do you think your brother Qin Xian really doesn't dare to beat you? He is letting you know. I'm not afraid. Prince Yi shook his head. Elder Qin shook his head and laughed. He looked up at the emperor and Lu Qiuyu and said, Where is Fei Yang? In the back mountain. The emperor said. Elder Qin nodded, looked at Qin Xian and the others, and said with a smile, Let me see if you have made any progress in your cultivation. Needless to say, my progress is definitely the greatest. Prince Yi said proudly. So confident. Come on, I will practice a few moves with you and see how much progress you have made. Qin Xian shook his arm. Aren't you bullying the weak? Prince Yi stared at Qin Xian with dissatisfaction. If you don't dare, just say it. Don't make excuses. Qin Xian pursed his lips. Wait for me. When I am as big as you, I will fight with you again. See how I will beat you then. Prince Yi said with a snort. Sister will help you then. Princess Yi patted Prince Yi on the shoulder and said with a smile. How many times do I have to say, You are my sister? Prince Yi said angrily. I am your sister. Princess Yi said. Sister. The two little ones glared at each other, neither of them willing to back down. Seeing this scene, the emperor and others couldn't help but want to laugh. Prince Haotian has arrived. Suddenly, another shout rang out. They saw Qin Haotian striding over. Although he was still very young, he already had the aura of an emperor that couldn't be ignored. Brother Haotian, Princess Yi's eyes lit up. She hurriedly ran over and jumped into Qin Haotian's arms. Little girl, you are so old, yet you are still so naughty. Qin Haotian rubbed Princess Yi's head, his eyes full of love. Princess Yi giggled and said, Brother Haotian, you say something fair. Am I the elder sister or the younger sister? Brother Haotian, you have to be honest, don't talk nonsense. Prince Yi also ran over. Qin Haotian looked at the two of them, his face full of helplessness, and said, You two might as well fight. Whoever wins will have the final say. The two little ones looked at each other, as if they were thinking about something. Don't dare to fight. Then be honest and don't chatter. Qin Haotian walked into the pavilion with one in each hand and bowed, Father, Mother. The two nodded and smiled. What everyone didn't know was that Qin Feiyang had actually returned a long time ago and was standing in the void above at this moment. Chapter 2770. White-Eyed Wolf, Emperor Hong, and Emperor Chen were also there. However, Qin Feiyang had activated the concealment art, so no one noticed. Why did he activate the concealment art and hide above? He just wanted to observe these little brothers and sisters first, what kind of personality they had. Emperor Hong laughed. Feiyang, did you hear how Qin Haotian addressed your mother? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Emperor Hong secretly said, he called Qiu Yu Mother Empress, which means that he has long regarded Qiu Yu as his own mother. Emperor Chen, who was beside him, laughed. To be honest, the more I look at this kid, the more I like him. After all, he is someone I have my eyes on. His character is definitely not bad. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Shameless. Emperor Chen rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and asked, "How is the observation?" "It's about time." Qin Xian's personality is a bit frivolous and sloppy, but his nature is kind. Qin Yun, Qin Wan, knowledgeable and well-mannered. Qin Ji, silent and a bit cold. As for Qin Yi, these two little ones, speaking of which, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. These were the two clever kids. They are twins, so when they were named, one was called Yi, and the other was called Yi. They have been fighting over who is the older brother and who is the older sister. Emperor Hong shook his head and smiled. Twins. Qin Feiyang was startled, looked at the two little ones, and said, "Even if they are twins, there should be an order. Qin Yi was born first, Qin Yi was born later." Although they are always arguing, Qin Yi still loves his sister dearly. Emperor Hong transmitted. "In other words, Qin Yi is the youngest?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes. Other than you and Haotian, Qin Li is the oldest, followed by Qin Yun, Qin Xian, Qin Wan, Qin Ji, Qin Yi, Emperor Hong said. "Listening to your words, all the brothers and sisters have arrived," Qin Feiyang said. "Otherwise?" Emperor Hong looked at him suspiciously. "Didn't Grandpa and the others say that there will be a large group of them?" Counting them, including Qin Li, there are only 7. Qin Feiyang was stunned. 7 isn't a lot. Emperor Hong looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. No. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. A hint of craftiness flashed across Emperor Hong's eyes as he said, "If you also feel that it's not much, then this old man will have your parents continue to work hard." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang could not help but smile bitterly. She had already given birth to 7 children. More. Looking at his great-grandfather's attitude, he couldn't wait for his father and mother to give birth to dozens of great-grandchildren for him. Not to mention his father and mother, even he would not agree to such a thing. After all, his mother's life had been hard enough. She should have been enjoying life, but now she had to take care of a bunch of children. They're probably getting impatient. "Let's go down quickly," Emperor Chen said with a smile. Qin Feiyang and Emperor Hong nodded. Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and the concealment art disappeared. Then the 3 people and 1 wolf landed outside the pavilion. Feiyang. Lu Qiuyu was the first to notice Qin Feiyang and quickly got up. Hearing Lu Qiuyu's voice, everyone also looked at Qin Feiyang. Even the 2 little ones quieted down. They opened their eyes wide and looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Qin Ji, who had his eyes closed, also opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Father, grandfather." The emperor stepped forward and bowed to Emperor Chen and Emperor Hong. The 2 nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the group of younger brothers and sisters, smiled slightly, and said, "Do you need me to introduce myself?" Qin Xian and the others were silent, as if they were a little reserved. "All right. Let me introduce myself. I'm Qin Feiyang, and I'm also your big brother." Qin Feiyang smiled. When Lu Qiuyu heard this, she said snappily, "What do you mean, Count? You are their big brother." "Ha." Qin Feiyang smiled, looked at the group of people, and said, "Just as Mother said, I am your big brother, not a man-eating demon, let go." They looked at each other. They also wanted to let go. But the tension in their hearts could not be dispelled. Even the 2 little ones were the same. Who? After a while, Qin Ji took a deep breath and took the lead to walk in front of Qin Feiyang. He bowed and said, "Little brother Qin Ji greets big brother." Qin Feiyang was a little surprised. He never thought that Qin Ji would be the first person to talk to him. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Ji and nodded. "The cultivation of the war saint is not bad. Thank you for your praise, big brother. This is all thanks to big brother's protection. If it weren't for the inheritance and pills left behind by big brother, I wouldn't have been able to step into the 1-star war saint so quickly." Qin Ji lowered his head and said, "What kind of inheritance did you get?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "Ascending dragon art." Qin Ji said, "Sure. When you have time in the future, come and find me. I will teach you some profound meanings of the ascending dragon art. Because my current ascending dragon art can raise my cultivation by 2 realms. Qin Feiyang smiled. 2 realms. Qin Ji's gaze trembled. This was a problem that he had never thought about before. That's right. Whether it is a battle art or a divine art, as long as you carefully comprehend it, there will be room for improvement. In short, you can't stay the same. You have to learn to create your own. Qin Feiyang said. Create your own, Qin Ji muttered, as if he understood, and bowed. Thank you for your teachings, big brother. Qin Feiyang smiled. Work hard, the future of Great Qin is your world. Qin Ji nodded and didn't say anything more. He silently retreated to the side and lowered his head to ponder over Qin Feiyang's words. What are you guys standing there for? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If there is anything you don't understand, quickly ask. Old man Qin smiled. Qin Xian hesitated for a moment. Finally, he mustered up his courage and ran to Qin Feiyang, smiling. Big brother, I also have a question. Is there room for improvement in the concealment art? You got the concealment art? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Qin Xian nodded and disappeared in front of everyone. Very soon, Qin Xian appeared again. It is indeed the concealment art. There is indeed room for improvement in the concealment art. For example, the concealment art that I have now can be activated twice a day for 2 hours each time. Qin Feiyang said. Twice. That means there are 2 chances to save my life. Qin Xian was surprised. Yes. Qin Feiyang smiled. Qin Xian smiled and said, Big brother, when will you teach me? Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Thank you, big brother. You are much better than I thought. Qin Xian said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked curiously, then what kind of person am I in your imagination? Strict. Cold. Old-fashioned. Serious in speech and manner. Qin Xian said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. It turned out that in the hearts of these brothers and sisters, he was such a person. No wonder they were so reserved. Will you be angry if I say so? Qin Xian looked at Qin Feiyang carefully. Why should I be angry? Qin Feiyang shook his head, looked at everyone, and said with a smile, This is the first time we meet. As your big brother, I will give each of you a gift. Gift? They looked at each other. What gift? Qin Xian asked curiously. After getting along with each other, he had completely let go. Uncle's greeting gift is incredible. You have to be mentally prepared. Lu Xiaofei said. Qin Xian looked at Lu Xiaofei and asked, From your tone, you have already received a gift. Of course. Lu Xiaofei smiled proudly. Qin Xian said, What treasure? Let me take a look. No. Lu Xiaofei shook his head. Stingy. Qin Xian pouted. Qin Feiyang smiled. With a wave of his hand, 6 divine weapons and 6 jade slips appeared. You can choose yourselves. Qin Feiyang looked at them and said with a faint smile. Qin Xian immediately climbed up, looked left and right, and finally grabbed one of the jade slips and a long spear. Thank you, big brother. After thanking him, Qin Xian ran to the side and carefully looked at them. Qin Ji. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Ji. Qin Ji hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't help but go forward and grab a jade slip and a broadsword. Lu Qiuyu smiled. Qin Yun, Qin Wan, why aren't you going? Qin Yun and Qin Wan looked at Lu Qiuyu. Under Lu Qiuyu's encouraging eyes, they finally stepped forward and walked towards Qin Feiyang. Big brother. When they arrived in front of Qin Feiyang, the 2 of them bowed. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, Slowly, you will find that I am actually quite easy to get along with. The 2 looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces. They took a jade slip and a divine weapon one after another. Brother, do we have one too? The 2 little ones looked at Qin Feiyang. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, But you are still young, let mother keep it for you first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the remaining 2 divine weapons and 2 jade slips floated in front of Lu Qiuyu. Hee hee. Brother, you are so nice. The two little ones came in front of Qin Feiyang and said with a smile. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh out loud. He dotingly rubbed their little heads. The emperor smiled and said, let's go, the banquet is ready. The group immediately walked towards the pavilion. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, Qin Haotian's eyes seemed to have a trace of disappointment. Everyone had a gift, but he didn't. Sure enough. He was just an outsider after all. And Qin Haotian's abnormality was discovered by Lu Qiuyu, and said with a smile, Haotian, don't think too much, Feiyang will not forget you. Qin Haotian was slightly stunned and hurriedly said, Mother, what are you talking about? I'm not thinking of anything. I watched you grow up. Can you hide your thoughts from me? Let's go. Lu Qiuyu smiled kindly, pulled Qin Haotian's hand, and walked towards the pavilion. Looking at Lu Qiuyu and feeling the strong motherly love, Qin Haotian smiled slightly. In fact, it was already enough. Because he had a mother who always loved him. At the banquet, everyone was laughing and talking. Moreover, Qin Feiyang asked Huiyi for more than a dozen jars of immortal wine. This immortal wine was a top-grade divine wine that couldn't be bought with money. Even the emperor couldn't help but be greedy and drink one cup after another. Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen, Elder Qin, Li Jian, and Qin Sheng were also full of praise. After 3 rounds of wine, looking at the approachable Qin Feiyang without any airs, Qin Yun and Qin Wan also gradually let go. This big brother was indeed different from what they imagined. Chapter 2771. The banquet didn't end until late at night. Li Jian, Old Man Qin, and Qin Sheng left drunk. For their cultivation, drinking wouldn't make them drunk. But they were happy today. So they didn't use divine power to dissolve it. But Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen, and Qin Yun didn't leave. It seemed that they wanted to talk to Qin Feiyang all night. Big brother, where have you been all these years when you left? Qin Yun and Qin Wan looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. They also drank a lot, and their cheeks were slightly red. Ancient world. Qin Feiyang smiled. Ancient world? Qin Yun and Qin Wan were stunned and asked, what kind of place is the ancient world? Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said with a faint smile, the ancient world is a place full of opportunities and also full of danger. Are the people in the ancient world strong? Also, is the ancient world big? Not only Qin Yun and Qin Wan, but Qin Haotian, Qin Xian, Qin Ji, and the 2 little ones were also curious. Of course. There are war gods everywhere in the ancient world. It's also very big. Even a corner of the ancient world is several times, dozens of times better than the great Qin. Qin Feiyang said. So big. There are so many war gods. Then aren't you in great danger in the ancient world? Qin Wan exclaimed. Yes. It's a narrow escape. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, but fortunately, I came here safely. Then big brother, with your current strength, what level are you in the ancient world? Qin Xian asked. How should I put it? In terms of means and strength, I should be considered one of the best. But in terms of cultivation, I can only be considered above average. Qin Feiyang said. With your cultivation, you can only be considered above average. Everyone was dumbfounded. Didi, Lu Qiuyu, Emperor Hong, and Emperor Chen were also shocked, and even their drunkenness was gone. Yes. I'm now at the 9th heaven realm. But in the ancient world, especially the divine land, there are a lot of 9th heaven realm and great perfection 9th heaven realm. And above the 9th heaven realm is the undead realm. The undead realm is the real peak expert in the ancient world. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Then, aren't you about to break through to the undead realm? Qin Ji. It's not that easy. Qin Feiyang shook his head. There were as many 9th heaven's realm cultivators as there were dogs in the ancient world, but there were only a few in the imperishable realm. I really didn't expect there to be such a wonderful great world outside. Qin Haotian muttered, his face full of yearning. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, then looked at Qin Xian and the others and said, it's already so late, you guys should go back and rest first. Qin Xian was a little reluctant. Gather here tomorrow morning. I'll take you to a place. Qin Feiyang said. What place? Everyone was curious. Qin Feiyang said, "A place you're afraid of." "A place we're afraid of?" Everyone was stunned. "You'll find out tomorrow." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Okay. Your big brother just came back 2 days ago. He needs to have a good rest. Listen to me. Go back." Lu Qiuyu got up and said with a smile. "Okay then." Everyone nodded. "Remember, no one is allowed to be absent tomorrow. If anyone doesn't come, I'll ask the white-eyed wolf to invite him. The white-eyed wolf is not as easy to talk to as me." Qin Feiyang looked at them and said, "Ahem." The white-eyed wolf coughed and pretended to be fierce. "I'm not easy to talk to. Be careful." Everyone smiled disapprovingly and turned around to leave. Didi asked suspiciously, "Feiyang, where are you going to take them tomorrow? Jade can't be uncut." The descendants of the Qin clan were born with a heavy burden, so they must bear the pain that others can't bear. Qin Feiyang said. "Pain." Lu Qiuyu, Didi, and Di Chen looked at each other. Why didn't it sound like something bad? "Little Qin Zi, I know what you're going to do. Qin Xian, Qin Ji, Qin Yun, and Qin Wn are okay. After all, they're already so old. But Qin Yi and Qin Yi are still so young. Are they suitable?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "They're already 13 or 14 years old. Are they still young?" Qin Feiyang said, looking at Lu Qiuyu and Didi. "I think you've spoiled them too much. Even now, they're still acting like a spoiled child in your arms." The couple smiled awkwardly. "You can't blame them. The pain you suffered in the spiritual state has always been a knot in their hearts. So they feel sorry for Qin Xian and this group of children." Didi sighed. "I can understand. If they were born in an ordinary family, naturally no one would care. But unfortunately, they're not. As the descendants of the Qin clan, whether it's a younger brother or a younger sister, they have to bear the responsibility." Qin Feiyang said. "Well, it's up to you. Anyway, we know that no matter what you do, it's for their own good. But you asked Li Jian to send him to the 9 states. Although we all know that you want him to go there to gain experience, he may not think so. I'm afraid that in the end, it will be counterproductive." Didi was a little worried. "Then it depends on his awareness. If he can wake up, it proves that he's not hopeless. But if he continues to be stubborn, then When Qin Feiyang said this, he did not continue. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Lu Qiuyu and the others felt the coldness in Qin Feiyang's words and their hearts trembled. "Okay, we'll talk about it when the time comes." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at Qin Haotian. "You didn't say much the whole night. Is it because I didn't give you the divine weapon and divine art that made you uncomfortable?" "No." Qin Haotian shook his head to hide it. Qin Feiyang smiled. "What kind of person haven't I seen? Do you think you can hide your little thoughts from me? I don't need your charity." Qin Haotian snorted and got up to leave. "You have to come tomorrow." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Qin Haotian's back. "Why?" Qin Haotian raised his eyebrows. "Don't you want to defeat me? This is an opportunity. You're now a 3-star combat emperor. And I can help you break through to the war god realm in a few days." Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Qin Haotian looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Qin Feiyang said, "Maybe it won't take a few days. 1 day will be enough." 1 day, Qin Haotian's face was filled with disbelief. Not to mention Qin Haotian, even the emperor and the others didn't dare to believe it. "I think you don't want to miss this opportunity." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Okay. I'll come on time tomorrow morning." Qin Haotian took a deep breath and nodded at Qin Feiyang, then turned around and left. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. 1 day, he could break through to the war god realm in just 1 day? If it was true, then it was too unbelievable. "Feiyang, you're not joking, right?" Lu Qiuyu watched Qin Haotian leave, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Mother, why would I joke about this kind of thing? Qin Haotian is different from the other siblings. His temperament no longer needs to be tempered. As long as he follows me to the Black Tortoise realm tomorrow to cultivate in seclusion, As long as he can successfully comprehend the profound mysteries of becoming a god, I guarantee that he will definitely be able to step into the war god realm in less than a day. Qin Feiyang said. One had to know. In the current Black Tortoise realm, that was 1,000 years in a day. Moreover, with the growth of the spirit vein and crystal vein, the energy of the Black Tortoise realm had also reached a rare level. Even if one didn't refine the soul stone, their cultivation would still advance by leaps and bounds. Not to mention, a war king like Qin Haotian. Entering the Black Tortoise realm was equivalent to entering a cultivator's paradise. When Emperor Hong and the others heard this, although they felt that it was a bit like a fantasy, they still believed it. Father, where do Li Jian and Old Man Qin usually stay? Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at the emperor and asked. Almost all of them are in the back mountain. The emperor said. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, Ant Emperor, Spider Emperor, Golden Wolf King, Silver Wolf King, and Pangolin and the others? The Nether Demon Spider and the others had all chosen to stay in the Great Qin. Them. I don't know either. Sometimes they come back once every few years, sometimes once every few decades. I don't know where they are playing. The emperor laughed. These guys. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. It seemed that all of them were living quite carefree lives. Qin Feiyang stood up and walked outside. At the same time, he sent a sound transmission. Fire Lotus, prepare 11 8th-step God-level spirit vein and crystal vein for me. I already knew you would need it, so I've already prepared it. Fire Lotus's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. You already knew? Qin Feiyang was slightly startled, and secretly laughed. As expected, you understand me. Feiyang, where are you going? Seeing this, the emperor and the others also stood up and chased after Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously, looked at the white-eyed wolf, and said, same old rules. Understood. The white-eyed wolf grinned, and with a swoosh, it soared into the air, followed by the rolling divine power, and disappeared into the ground. Rise. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently, and the entire garden, including the attic, rose from the ground. Lu Qiuyu and the others were puzzled. I understand, Uncle wants to bury the spirit vein and crystal vein here. Seeing this, Lu Xiaofei said. Spirit vein? Crystal vein? What is that? Lu Qiuyu and the others were stunned. These are all supreme treasures. The day before yesterday in our village, Uncle also buried 10 spirit veins and crystal veins. On the same day, almost everyone in our village broke through their cultivation. Lu Xiaofei said excitedly. So powerful? The few of them were shocked. Very powerful. Lu Xiaojia also nodded, her big black eyes looking at Qin Feiyang, full of admiration. Not long after, the garden rose into the air. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and waved gently. A crystal vein and a spirit vein immediately appeared, and then fell into the pit below. Why is there only one spirit vein and one crystal vein? Lu Xiaofei and his sister were suspicious. The Lu family had 10. Logically speaking, there should be more here. After all, this was Uncle's home. Why was there less than the Lu family? Chapter 2772. Soon. The spirit vein and crystal vein were placed, and everything was restored to its original state. This energy, Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen looked at each other in disbelief. This is the crystal vein and the spirit vein. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the use of the crystal vein and the spirit vein. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood. Uncle, why did you only place one crystal vein and one spirit vein here? Lu Xiaofei could no longer hold back the doubts in his heart and asked. Qin Feiyang said, because this is specially for your grandmother. So it's like that. Lu Xiaofei suddenly understood. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Qiuyu and said, Mother, set up a barrier around it in the future to prevent the energy from leaking out. Okay. Lu Qiuyu nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen and said with a smile, Grandpa, let's go to the back mountain. Emperor Chen hurriedly said, Feiyang, this thing is so precious. Keep it for yourself. Don't worry about us. Obviously. Qin Feiyang was also going to place the crystal vein and the spirit vein in the back mountain. It's okay. I still have a lot. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. A lot. Emperor Chen was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. How many? Lu Xiaofei looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, so many that you can't count them. Lu Xiaofei was stunned and asked, is it that exaggerated? Otherwise. Qin Feiyang laughed out loud. This kid was quite amusing. Back mountain. Hundreds of breaths passed. A huge amount of energy emerged. Li Jian, Elder Qin, and Qin Sheng were alarmed at the first moment. This energy, what's going on? They were still a little drunk, but when they sensed this energy, the drunkenness suddenly disappeared. Then, the five of them rushed into the sky and looked around. Soon, they found a group of people standing in the sky not far away. Young Master, Your Highness. The five of them flew over. Li Jian looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, Young Master, what's going on? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, to create a good cultivation environment for you. A good cultivation environment. The five of them became even more suspicious. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Jian and asked with a smile, I believe you are familiar with soul stones, right? Soul stone? Li Jian was slightly startled. He said, yes, you broke through from the false god realm to the divine battle realm because you refined a soul stone. Soul stones are produced from a type of soul vein. And now, I've buried 10 soul veins here. Furthermore, these 10 soul lines are rank 8 god-level soul lines. Even in the ancient world, a rank 8 divine soul line is rare. With these spirit veins and crystal veins, your cultivation will progress by leaps and bounds. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I see. Li Jian nodded in realization, his face full of excitement. Old Qin asked, what are crystal veins? The divine crystals produced by crystal veins have the effect of replenishing divine power, and it is also very helpful for cultivation. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Thank you, young master. Thank you, Your Highness. The few of them were very excited. They knew that Qin Feiyang did this not only for Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen, but also for them. You helped me protect Great Qin, of course I won't forget you. In the future, this place must be isolated with a barrier to prevent the energy of the spirit veins and crystal veins from leaking out. And you can also treat this back mountain as Great Qin's holy land. For example, some talented young people with good character can be brought to the back mountain to cultivate. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The five of them nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen and said, in a few days, I will give you some more pill recipes. What pill recipes? Emperor Hong asked. Pill recipes that can make Great Qin rise quickly. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Haha, in this life, what I am most proud of is having you as my grandson. Emperor Chen laughed. In this life, what this old man is most proud of is having you as my great-grandson. Emperor Hong also looked at Qin Feiyang with gratification. Lu Qiuyu and Emperor Chen were also full of smiles. Qin Feiyang was their son, and being praised by the two old men, they were naturally happy. After bidding farewell to Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen, and Li Jian, Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, Lu Xiaofei and his sister, followed Emperor Chen and Lu Qiuyu back to the Autumn Rain Pavilion. In the main hall, the candlelight flickered. Qin Feiyang accompanied his parents for a long talk through the night. Being able to sit and drink tea with his parents was the happiest thing in his life. He cherished every minute and second of this moment. Unknowingly, the sky began to brighten, and the sun rose slowly. After washing up, Emperor Chen looked at the mother and son and said with a smile, You two talk, I will go to the morning assembly. Okay. Lu Qiuyu nodded. Qin Feiyang said, Father, as the emperor of a generation, you can't be too sentimental. Emperor Chen was slightly taken aback and scolded with a smile, Brat, do you still need to teach me? After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Xiaojia suspiciously looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Uncle, what do you mean by that? Sister, you still don't understand. Yesterday, Uncle dethroned Wu Hu. This storm will definitely not calm down in a short time. He said that to remind grandfather not to give these people any thoughts. Lu Xiaofei said. So it's like that. Lu Xiaojia nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the brother and sister and asked, I say, you two didn't sleep all night, aren't you sleepy? Just kidding. No matter what, I am also a cultivator. Which cultivator do you think would be sleepy? Lu Xiaofei raised his head, a little proud. Cultivators are amazing. I'm a little sleepy. Qin Feiyang said. You're sleepy? Lu Xiaofei was startled. He immediately stood up, looked at Qin Feiyang with concern, and asked, Uncle, you can't be sick, right? Sick? Qin Feiyang was startled. If you're not sick, why would you be sleepy? Lu Xiaofei said. You're the one who's sick. Qin Feiyang glared at him snappily, and said, Sooner or later, you will understand how blissful and luxurious it is to lie in bed and sleep. Blissful? Extravagant? I really don't understand. Lu Xiaofei shook his head. In his opinion, sleeping was a waste of time. He might as well use this time to cultivate. No rush. Your life has just begun. You will slowly understand in the future. Qin Feiyang laughed. Princess Yun, Princess Wan, Prince Xian, Prince Ji, Princess Yi, Prince Yi has arrived. Suddenly, following a shout, Qin Xian and the other 5 ran into the pavilion and bowed. Mother, big brother. Lu Qiuyu nodded and smiled. It's quite early. Qin Feiyang looked at the 6 of them. Qin Xian laughed and said, How dare we neglect big brother's orders? Don't be glib. And, from this moment on, I am not your big brother. Qin Feiyang said. What do you mean? The 6 of them looked at each other. Qin Feiyang did not explain and said lightly, Give me all your Chenkuan bags. Chenkuan bags? The 6 of them were suspicious. Hurry up, don't dawdle. White-eyed Wolf shouted. Okay. The 6 of them took out their Chenkuan bags and handed them to Qin Feiyang. Mother, help them keep these Chenkuan bags first. Qin Feiyang turned around and handed the 6 Chenkuan bags to Lu Qiuyu. Okay. Lu Qiuyu nodded and took the 6 Chenkuan bags. At this time, Qin Haotian strode into the hall and directly took out his Chenkuan bag without saying anything. You don't need it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Qin Haotian was slightly stunned and then put away his Chenkuan bag. Qin Xian said unhappily, Big brother, why doesn't brother Haotian have to hand over his Chenkuan bag? This is unfair. There is no fairness in this world. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he waved his hand and disappeared with Qin Haotian and the others. Black Tortoise World. At the edge of the desert of death. In the sky, a group of people appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. Where is this? Qin Xian and the others looked around curiously. In contrast, Qin Haotian and Qin Ji were relatively calm, but there was a trace of doubt in their eyes. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and extended his perception infinitely. Soon, he found the fire lotus somewhere in the netherworld sea. Immediately after, with a thought, the fire lotus appeared in front of him. What a beautiful sister. Big brother, is she your confidant? The few of them looked at the fire lotus in surprise. Qin Yi, that little guy, looked at Qin Feiyang innocently and asked, Confidant? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. This kid was a little precocious. Fire Lotus looked at the few of them, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Are they your younger siblings? Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus looked at the few of them and smiled. Hello, sister. Qin Yi ran to Fire Lotus and said, Sister, you're so beautiful. Your little mouth is so sweet. Fire Lotus rubbed Qin Yi's head, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Why did you bring them here? To sharpen their skills. Qin Feiyang said. Sharpen their skills? Fire Lotus was stunned and nodded. Understood. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Right, Qin Feiyang pointed to Qin Haotian and said, He doesn't need to sharpen his skills, just take him to the Devil's Land to cultivate in seclusion. All right. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang sent a sound transmission. Unless it's a matter of life and death, don't give them any help. Don't worry. Fire Lotus smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and disappeared again. Sister, where is this? What is your relationship with Big Brother? As soon as Qin Feiyang left, the 2 little guys looked at Fire Lotus and asked. Fire Lotus smiled and looked at Qin Haotian. Come behind me. Qin Haotian nodded and silently walked behind Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus then looked at Qin Xian and the others. Boom. Suddenly, a monstrous divine might emerged. Under this divine might, the 6 of them suddenly fell into the abyss of death. I won't answer any of your questions. All you need to know is that you will face a situation of 9 deaths and 1 life. And, I won't give you any help. Do you see the desert below? This desert is called the Desert of Death, one of the biggest forbidden areas here. The storm here can even kill a false god, and your mission is to cross the Desert of Death. Fire Lotus said coldly. What? The 6 of them suddenly changed their expressions. Go. Whether you can survive or not depends on your luck. Fire Lotus waved her hand, and the 6 of them fell into the desert below uncontrollably. They looked around, their eyes full of fear. Chapter 2773. They're panicking just like that. They're indeed delicate. Fire Lotus shook her head. They grew up under the care of father and mother and have never experienced such a situation. Moreover, it's so sudden, it will definitely be difficult for them to adapt. Qin Haotian said. Then, if one day, Great Qin falls into danger again, what will they do? Will they also be in such a panic? If that's the case, then they will only die faster. After Fire Lotus finished speaking, she lowered her head and looked at the mountains and rivers outside the Desert of Death. Seeing this, Qin Haotian suddenly had an uneasy premonition in his heart. All the beasts below the War Emperor, listen up, immediately enter the Desert of Death and chase after them. Fire Lotus shouted. Roar. At that moment, one after another, the loud roars of beasts rang out, and the earth began to tremble as if there was a huge earthquake. What? Qin Xian and the others looked over in shock, only to see a group of beasts rushing towards the Desert of Death like a torrent. Immediately, the 6 of them changed their expressions and raised their heads to look at Fire Lotus and Qin Haotian. You guys are on your own. Fire Lotus said coldly, then turned around and left with Qin Haotian without looking back. I thought there was something fun, but I didn't expect to be chased by beasts. Big Brother is trying to kill us. Qin Xian cried out in sorrow. What are you shouting for? Can't you tell? Big Brother is tempering us. Hurry up and activate the concealment technique, run. In comparison, Guozhi was slightly calmer. The flustered Qin Xian immediately activated the concealment technique and escaped with the 5 of them. Devil's Land. Qin Haotian stood above the medicine field and looked down with his mouth agape. There were actually so many medicinal herbs, and they were all above 10,000 years old. Furthermore, he had never seen most of the medicinal herbs before. And the energy here. Wasn't this too terrifying? As soon as he arrived here, his cultivation began to loosen, as if he was about to break through. Fire Lotus said, This is our base camp, the Devil's Land. Devil's Land, Qin Haotian muttered. How was this a Devil's Land? It was simply a cultivator's paradise. Boom. As the energy continued to pour into his body, his cultivation could no longer be controlled and directly broke through. He broke through a small realm just like that. Qin Haotian was dumbfounded. First, find a place to cultivate in seclusion. When you break through to the 9-star Battle Emperor level, I will explain to you the profound meaning of becoming a god. Fire Lotus said. Qin Haotian looked at the Fire Lotus and asked, Can I really become a god in a day? Of course not. Fire Lotus said. Qin Haotian was slightly taken aback and hurriedly asked, Then what did he say? According to the time outside, it is indeed possible within a day. Fire Lotus said. The time outside. Qin Haotian was taken aback and asked suspiciously, What does this mean? Fire Lotus said, To put it simply, a day outside is 1,000 years here. What? Qin Haotian's body shook. A day outside was equivalent to 1,000 years here? What kind of joke was this? How could that be possible? There are some things that you can't understand yet. Work hard on your cultivation. You're dreaming if you want to defeat your brother with your current strength. Fire Lotus shook her head and turned to leave. Qin Haotian hurriedly asked, Then may I ask, what is your cultivation level? Fire Lotus pondered for a moment and said without turning her head, with my cultivation level, you don't even have the qualifications to look up to me. After saying that, she took a step forward and disappeared from Qin Haotian's sight. I don't even have the qualifications to look up to you, Qin Haotian muttered as he raised his head and scanned his surroundings. This was his base camp. Crack. Suddenly, he clenched his fists. His eyes shone with determination. No matter how strong you are, I will catch up to you and defeat you. Autumn Rain Building. Backyard. Lu Qiuyu was making breakfast. Qin Feiyang, Lu Xiaofei, and Lu Xiaojia were all helping at the side. Lu Xiaofei asked curiously, Uncle, where did you take them? You want to go too? I can fulfill your wish. Qin Feiyang looked at him with ill intentions. This, Lu Xiaofei felt a little guilty. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like a good thing. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Don't worry, I will bring you and your sister there sooner or later. Before that, you have to be mentally prepared. The siblings looked at each other, swallowed their saliva, and smiled awkwardly. Why don't we forget it? In your dreams. I didn't let you in now because I still need you to lead the way. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. This pair of brother and sister had to be sharpened as well. Lead the way. The siblings were stunned. Yes. Go look for your Uncle Sichu and Uncle Ling Yunfei. Qin Feiyang said. The siblings nodded. Lu Qiuyu asked, Feiyang, when are you going to look for them? Let's go after breakfast. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right. After all, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Seeing you return, they must be very happy. Lu Qiuyu nodded. Yes. It's fine if you don't come back. This time, I miss them very much. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Lu Qiuyu smiled and said, Then after going to the spiritual state, let's also visit the Mermaid Emperor. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Qiuyu said, and Elder Ren, Jiang Zhengyi, Yang Nanshan, Feng Cheng, Black Bear King, and the others are also in the spiritual state. They are also in the spiritual state? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. I wanted to leave them in the capital, but they said that they are used to life in the spiritual state, so your father and I didn't force them. Lu Qiuyu smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. In the past, Old Master Ren, for example, wanted to stay in the capital. But now, he was still unwilling to stay in the capital. Sure enough. After experiencing some things, one's state of mind would slowly change. Qin Feiyang asked, What about Luo Qingzhu, Fengling and Ren Wushuang? Why? Are you still missing them? Lu Qiuyu smiled. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a bitter smile, Mother, what are you thinking about? What am I thinking about? You are friends, so it's normal to miss them. You are thinking too much. Lu Qiuyu looked at Qin Feiyang with a teasing smile. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and the bitter smile on his face deepened. Lu Qiuyu said, They are now in the spiritual state's holy palace. Holy palace? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Lu Qiuyu nodded. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, What are they doing in the holy palace? Managing the holy palace and cultivating talents for great Qin. Lu Qiuyu smiled. That's really surprising. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Don't say, they are quite capable. Why don't you just marry them all? Lu Qiuyu said. Again. Qin Feiyang was helpless. You child. Look at them, they are beautiful and capable. They are the goddesses in many men's hearts. You are the only one who doesn't know how lucky you are. Lu Qiuyu rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang. Don't. I don't want to be like father, who has many wives and concubines. It is enough to have one in this life. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Sure enough. It is impossible to expect you to give birth to the Qin clan. Lu Qiuyu shook her head. Then I will have to trouble you, mother. Qin Feiyang smirked. Kid, are you asking for a beating? Lu Qiuyu's face darkened. Mother, you don't know, but Grandpa and Great-Grandpa want you and Father to have a few more children. Qin Feiyang said. More children? Lu Qiuyu's mouth twitched. He really thought of her as that. After having a good breakfast, Qin Feiyang stood up, looked at Lu Qiuyu, and said with a smile, "Then I will go to the spirit state first." Lu Qiuyu nodded and said, "Come back early. I will probably come back at least tomorrow. After all, there are too many old friends to visit." Qin Feiyang said, "Then you can have a good gathering with them." Lu Qiuyu smiled. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and disappeared with White-Eyed Wolf and Lu Xiaofei. Spirit State. Butterfly Valley. Although the battle back then destroyed everything here, after years of recuperation, it had already recovered. Moreover, just like before, there were all kinds of wild flowers here. Among the flowers, there were medicinal herbs planted, and groups of butterflies were flying among the flowers. It didn't look much different from before. Qin Feiyang suddenly had a trace of surprise on his face. "What?" White-Eyed Wolf looked at him suspiciously. "There are so many familiar auras." Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and carefully sensed for a moment before smiling. Here, he sensed Old Master Ren's aura and Zhu Yu, who had once protected the Butterfly Valley. There was also Yang Nanshan, Feng Cheng, Jiang Zhengyi, Luo Chenxue, Lu Yun, Ji Shui, Li Ji, Elder Yuan, Black Bear King, and so on. Almost all his acquaintances were here. There are indeed a lot. White-Eyed Wolf sensed and grinned. Everyone here had an inseparable relationship with them. For example, Lu Yun was once an elder of the Sacred Palace and took care of Qin Feiyang. Li Ji was once the steward of the Treasure Pavilion and later managed it. He even helped Qin Feiyang take care of Luo Chenxue. Ji Shui and Elder 10,000 Zhong also extended a helping hand when Qin Feiyang was in trouble. Yang Nanshan, Jiang Zhengyi, and Luo Chenxue naturally didn't need to be mentioned. The three of them treated Qin Feiyang well like their own children. Especially Luo Chenxue, in Qin Feiyang's eyes, she was like a mother. Feng Cheng was Feng Ling'er's grandfather. Zhu Yu used to guard the Butterfly Valley and was also the Spirit State Mansion Lord before Old Master Ren. Back then, every time he entered the Forgotten Continent, he would interact with Zhu Yu. It could be said that these people were a part of his life that no one could erase. Lu Xiaofei pointed below and said, "Grandpa Ren and the others all live beside that lake." Qin Feiyang looked over and saw small wooden buildings sitting beside the lake in picturesque disorder. He remembered that there was a lake in the Butterfly Valley in the past. And this lake was still in its original position. Actually, all of this was carefully arranged by Grandpa Ren and the others according to the original Butterfly Valley. Lu Xiaofei sighed. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Why did you restore the original Butterfly Valley?" "Because you will come back sooner or later. They don't want you to look at the scene in front of you when you return to the Butterfly Valley and not feel unfamiliar," Lu Xiaofei said. "I see." Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. To even consider such a detail, he was truly considerate. Chapter 2774. It's indeed hard on them. The White-Eyed Wolf sighed. Even though it was so heartless, it couldn't help but feel touched. Although it seemed like a small matter, it was more meaningful to Qin Feiyang than anything else. There was a good saying. If you want to know if a person is really good to you, you have to look at the small details. Lu Xiaofei asked curiously, "Uncle, will you place the spirit vein and crystal vein in the Butterfly Valley?" "What do you think?" Qin Feiyang asked back. "I'm not you. How would I know?" Lu Xiaofei pursed his lips. "Then shut up. You talk the most." Qin Feiyang glared at him, landed in the valley, and walked toward the lake step by step. The memories that had been sealed away also surged out of his mind. He had experienced too much in the Butterfly Valley. Because in the past, whether it was going to the imperial capital or going to the Forgotten Continent, he had to pass through this place. There were too many memories here. At the same time, by the lake, two people sat by the shore, drinking tea and fishing. They were Old Master Ren and Zhu Yu. "I'm wondering, what am I doing today? I'm not comfortable staying in the imperial capital, so I came back to accompany you fishing. And it's still early in the morning." Zhu Yu frowned. "Isn't this good? Ordinary life, peaceful days." Old Master Ren chuckled. Zhu Yu rolled her eyes at him, turned to look at the courtyard next to them, and said, "Chenxue, is breakfast ready?" "Soon." Smoke curled up in the courtyard, and a gentle voice came out. The owner of this voice was Luo Chenxue. A year's plan is in the spring, and a day's plan is in the morning. The morning air is so good. Soon. Another old man walked out, stretched lazily, and walked to old Master Ren and Zhu Yu. He poured a cup of tea, took a sip, and said with a smile, "Good morning." "Good morning. Look at what time it is now. Chenxue has been busy all morning, and you're only up now." Zhu Yu glared at the old man. "Chenxue is still young. How can an old man like me compare to her?" The old man chuckled as he grabbed a fishing rod and sat on a small stool to fish. "Old Feng. Shuang and the rest won't be coming back today." Old Master Ren turned to look at the old man and said. That was right. This man was Feng Ling'er's grandfather, Feng Cheng. Although he died in Black Bear City, Qin Feiyang came to the spiritual state to find his corpse after opening the gate of rebirth. Then, he was resurrected with the Black Bear King and his son. "He won't come?" Feng Cheng was slightly taken aback. He turned to look at old Master Ren and asked doubtfully, "Why?" "It seems that the temple is recruiting disciples, so they are very busy." Old Master Ren said. "I see." Feng Cheng nodded and waved his hand. "Young people can't be compared to us old men. It's fine if you're busy, Elder Feng, you're wrong. You are old, but we are still very young." Another burst of laughter sounded. Jiang Zhengyi and Yang Nanshan walked out of their respective courtyards with smiles on their faces. "You have the nerve to say that. You're so young, yet you don't go out to make contributions. Instead, you spend all your time with us old men." Feng Cheng looked at the two of them in disdain. Yang Nanshan smiled. "Aren't we afraid that you will be lonely? That's why we stayed here to accompany you. Brother Jiang, don't you think so?" "Yes." Jiang Zhengyi nodded. "Since you're all up, go and help. Are you going to let Chenxue work alone in the kitchen?" A few more people walked out of the courtyard. They were Ji Shui, Li Ji, Elder Wang, and Lu Yun. The person who spoke was Lu Yun. As he spoke, he glared at Yang Nanshan and Jiang Zhengyi. "Don't speak. Chenxue is a woman, and so are you. Look at how virtuous Chenxue is. She pays for all our 3 meals a day." Yang Nanshan glanced at Lu Yun and pursed his lips. "What did you say? Say it again." Lu Yun immediately went forward and grabbed Yang Nanshan's ear. "Can't I speak the truth?" Yang Nanshan mumbled. "Can the truth be said in front of a woman?" Lu Yun snorted coldly and tugged at Ji Shui. "Don't stay with these stinky men. Let's go help Chenxue. Those who don't help are not allowed to eat later." Ji Shui shook her head and laughed. "See, it's all your fault for offending them. If we really don't have breakfast later, we'll settle the score with you." Li Ji and Elder Wang glared at Yang Nanshan and Lu Yun. "What does it matter? At most, we'll get some wild game. We'll have a few drinks when the time comes." Yang Nanshan waved his hand. "That's a good idea." Li Ji and Elder Wang's eyes lit up. Yang Nanshan sat beside Feng Cheng and looked at the float on the water. "Speaking of which, Ling Yunfei and Shuang haven't come to visit us in a long time. There's nothing we can do." "Who asked them to have children?" Jiang Zhengyi shook his head. "Don't you think time passes too quickly? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hong and Lu Zheng's 2 children are already so old. Fatso and Xiaoyon's children are also adults. Now, even Ling Yunfei and Shuang's children are 5 or 6 years old. They really have to admit that they're old." Yang Nanshan shook his head and sighed. "That's right. Thinking back to when they were young, it seems like it was only yesterday. What left the deepest impression on me was that I brought Fei Yang, Yunfei, Shuang Qingzhu, Ling and that wolf cub to Pan County to compete with the young people there. Although they were still young back then, they had already revealed their talents." Jiang Zhengyi sighed. "That's right. It's not without reason that they can achieve what they do today. I just don't know if Fei Yang is alive or dead now." Yang Nanshan looked up at the sun and muttered. "With Qin Feiyang's brains and methods, will anything happen to him?" A loud and clear voice sounded. The Black Bear King and his son walked out of a cave. The bear cub had also grown up. Its size was comparable to the Black Bear King. "That's true. With Fei Yang's talent and personality, no matter where he goes, he is destined to be a dragon among men. Yang Nanshan nodded. All right, it's time to eat. At this moment, a dignified and virtuous woman walked out with a bowl and chopsticks. In the courtyard, there was a large round table with 10 wooden stools around it. Hearing that it was time to eat, Yang Nanshan and the others immediately stood up and walked towards the round table with a smile. My dear wife, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Zhengyi walked to the woman's side, his rough face full of tenderness. That's right. This woman was Luo Qianxue. You know that I've worked hard. Why aren't you helping? Luo Qianxue rolled her eyes at him. I'll go help right away. Jiang Zhengyi chuckled. It's already done. What else do I need your help for? Luo Qianxue said. Help me serve the dishes, Jiang Zhengyi said with a smile without turning his head. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. They're so happy. Not far away. The white-eyed wolf whispered. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. They had been here for a long time, but they didn't say anything. They just stood there and looked at this group of cute people. Their relationship now is like that of a family. Sometimes, even I envy them. Lu Xiaofei said telepathically. After all, this is the life that everyone yearns for. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, let's go and freeload. Freeload? Lu Xiaofei was stunned and hurriedly said, didn't we just eat at Grandma's place? Can't we eat again after eating? Qin Feiyang chuckled and strode towards the courtyard, saying loudly, Auntie Shui, add a few more pairs of bowls and chopstick. Luo Qianxue was about to return to the kitchen when she suddenly heard this voice. She was slightly stunned. Why did this voice sound a little familiar? At the same time, Feng Cheng, Old Master Ren, and the others were also stunned. They immediately turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. When they saw Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Lu Xiaofei walking towards the courtyard, they immediately froze. Feiyang. Wolf cub. This wasn't a dream, right? What's going on? Jiang Zhengyi walked out with 2 side dishes. Looking at everyone's expressions, he also looked towards Qin Feiyang and the others. He was instantly stunned. Lu Yun and Ji Shui also walked out with 2 side dishes in their hands. When they saw Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, their bodies suddenly froze. Qin Feiyang? The white-eyed wolf? Why were they here? Illusion, it must be an illusion. Old Master Ren rubbed his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang again. They were still here, then it wasn't an illusion? In other words, Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were really back. But this was too sudden. He was completely unprepared. Crack. Suddenly, the 2 side dishes in Jiang Zhengyi's hands slipped to the ground and shattered. The dishes also fell to the ground. It was also this crisp sound that woke everyone up. Feiyang. At that moment, a group of people ran towards Qin Feiyang. Ji Shui and Lu Yun also hurriedly walked to the round table, put down the plates in their hands, and quickly walked over. Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, is it really you guys? We're not dreaming. A group of people surrounded Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Even though the living people were standing in front of them, they still found it hard to believe. The white-eyed wolf grinned and bit Yang Nanshan's arm. Then, he looked at Yang Nanshan and asked, does it hurt? Nonsense, of course it hurts. Yang Nanshan said angrily as he rubbed his arm. Since it hurts, it must be a dream, the white-eyed wolf said. Yang Nanshan was stunned. That's right. Pain meant that it wasn't a dream. Old Master, Senior Zhuyu, Elder Feng, Uncle Yang, Aunt Shui. Qin Feiyang scanned them one by one and said with a smile, we're back. It's really you, kid. Yang Nanshan immediately stepped forward, fiercely punched Qin Feiyang's chest, and said, we were just talking about you just now, and in the next moment, you brat appeared. Is this a special surprise for us? Hee. That's right. We've been here for a long time, but we've been hiding over there. How is it? Is it a surprise? The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly. It's too, a surprise. Yang Nanshan was so excited that he was incoherent.